Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. What?
Are you?
Who are you? Oh, hello. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Oh, jeez. I am exhausted.
Why are you exhausted?
I don't know. That's why I have a Red Bull, though. I got 2 Red Bulls. I'm so ready for
you
this.
lie to us. I don't think you're ever really exhausted or tired.
What makes you say that?
Because you're a liar who tells lies.
You know, I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, you're probably right. Welcome, though. We're doing Higurashi today. On our very last week of the spooky month, we are trying to finish up all of our spooky games. Yesterday we finished Dead Space. It was super cool. Ava left us before we finished it. It was big
I
sad.
went and passed out.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
I was like, oh yeah, this is keeping me awake. And then Dead Space got so fucking bored.
I don't even remember what was going on.
I was really, like passing out in my chair. You would talk to me and I'd be like, uh-huh.
I could tell you were getting like, you started off like talking a lot in the beginning. And then freaking as the game went on, you're like slowly getting quieter and you're like, I'm gonna go take a nap.
I'm gonna go take a nap. I woke up at 9 p.m. by the way.
Danny, how you doing? Welcome. Hi.
I don't remember what time it was I went to sleep, but I woke up at like 9. I texted you because you sent me the picture of Persona 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So whenever I reply, oh, my bad. I woke up at 11:31.
Nice. No,
I joined Zen's stream and I was like, I just woke up. He was like,
you gotta be kidding.
You just woke up.
Yeah, what the heck do you mean? Yeah, where last night I went to go do my job, and after I was done, I was like, I'm gonna stop by Walmart, and I went there because like I wanted to get into classic literature, right? Like I'm looking at stuff like right now I'm reading a book called 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You ever read that one?
Oh, I know that one. I have actually.
Yeah, I've
submarine.
Yeah, fun fact. The submarine in this I almost said game. In this book, the Nautilus, it predates submarines. Like submarines were not a concept until this book. Like this thing came up with submarines. 25 years later, they're like, yeah, we're gonna make submarines. And the first submarines they made, they called them the Nautilus. It was awesome. I can't believe that. And I was like, dude, that's so cool. It's kind of like a Star Trek. You ever who's the guy who plays Captain Kirk? I don't remember his name.
Michael Myers.
It's not Michael Myers. But he told a story of how, you know, like in Star Trek they have these little communication devices. And the way that you pick them up from like your pocket, and then you just kind of flip it open.
William Shatner, that's his name. William Shatner,
you know, like had these communication devices. He'd flip it open and he would start speaking into it.
Also, Chris Pine played it.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one.
Okay, yeah, William Shatner.
And so what happened was he had this device, you know, where you could communicate with people, and freaking he years later he's older and he, you know, his phone's ringing. He reaches to his pocket and he flips open the phone, just like he did his little communication device, and he realizes, oh shoot, we've reached this level of technology. So, it's so cool.
And then we lost that level of technology because our phones no longer. Well, your phones no longer flip.
Yeah, my yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Wait.
I say in Motorola Razr.
You guys, yeah, but this, like your phones don't flip anymore.
Mine does.
I know yours does. The what was it? But yeah, no, I went there to go see if I can get the book Moby Dick, because I really want to read that one.
Moby's Dick.
Yeah. And
do you know about the Moby Huge?
Yes, I know about Moby Huges. I watched Moist Critical. I know what Moby Huges are. So the freaking but I went there and I didn't see it. Because of course not. Why would they carry classic literature at Walmart? But
So instead you got Persona 3.
So I went to the video games instead. And I was just like, I'm not gonna buy any games because, you know, I don't have the money to afford them. They're just too expensive. And I went there and they had 2 games on. They actually had 3 or 4 games on sale, in the PlayStation cabinet. They were all on clearance. But the 2 that stood out to me was 1, Persona 3 for $20, brand new Persona 3 Reload. Yo, Sergio, how's it going? Hi, how you doing? Oh, welcome, welcome. We're talking.
We are speaking word.
We are speaking. And the other game I saw for $10 was Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Did you buy Security Breach too?
I did.
Congratulations. Now you can play FNAF. Now you gotta play FNAF 3.
No, I don't. Congratulations, you got Security Breach. Now play FNAF 3.
Why do you hate FNAF 3 so?
Dude, I'm gonna suck at that one.
FNAF 3 is my favorite one.
I really want to play it. I like it for Springtrap, but
Oh, I thought you. Wait, were you not the one that hated FNAF 3? Someone I spoke to recently like despises FNAF 3 for some reason.
I don't think I despise FNAF 3. I like Springtrap a lot, but I feel like I would suck at the game.
Yeah, probably. Well, FNAF 3 is objectively the easiest of all of them.
Well, night 1's the easiest. You don't do anything, but
all the other nights are easy too. You can just keep them in like one corner on the other side of the map.
Yeah, well, you're speaking like you know how to play the game. I don't. Tevia, how's it going? Hi. Security Breach is a good one. Whoa. Yeah, we gotta play it. I was tempted to say like, oh, we can save it for next year's Spooky Month. I'm tempted to say let's play it like next month sometime or something. I think it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Huh.
You can do a FNAF marathon.
I don't want to do that.
Honestly, you could play like all of the games in like 2 hours. Or all of like 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and like what's the other one? Sister Location?
Sister Location.
You can probably play in like 2 hours.
No. FNAF 1 and 2 took me like an hour and a half to 2 hours each.
R.
Yeah, R.
Oyashiro.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Skishu.
But yeah, we're playing Higurashi today. We finished Dead Space yesterday. Now we're gonna finish Higurashi today. So, and Ava's volunteered to join us today.
Volunteered.
You volunteered.
Like I didn't just butt myself in.
Yeah. Like freaking Ava messages me like saying like, so what are we streaming today? And I'm like, what the heck? Like, it's Higurashi. Gosh dang it.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
And I replied with,
coward. You
I
make
have
me
no one to
sick.
talk to.
Your weakness is
Anything.
pathetic.
Yeah, like it makes me feel important, you know, it makes me feel like
Makes
well,
me
it makes me
feel
feel wanted.
wanted.
And I'm like, oh
No, in
cool,
that
get
case,
lost.
no.
The freaking what's it called? Yeah, you got to well, let me get you caught up on the story of Higurashi real quick, okay? So, Higurashi, by the way, are Dave, don't fart while I'm trying to talk. Gosh dang it. The word Higurashi means cicadas, right? So
I fucking hate cicadas.
yeah, so listening to the cicadas is, you know, Higurashi. So whenever whenever Higurashi kind of pops up, the word Higurashi, they're referring to the cicadas. We were playing as a guy named Keiichi. He lives in this town, and Aki, how's it going? Stinkies! Oh. Ava's gonna be reading the story with us. I really should put your little PNG here. Because I have it on the chatting screen, or not on the chatting screen, I have it on the gameplay screen, but I don't have you here.
I wish I knew how to make it to where you can just have my actual model.
Oh man, I need to figure that out. Let's see. Let me get you real quick. I'm gonna put Ava here so that way you guys don't think I'm crazy and just talking to myself. Let's see. We're gonna call this Avar. Alright, and then we're gonna put this right here, and bam! There's Ava. I'm gonna set you right here. Perfect. So, Higurashi. You freaking...
it's actually pretty easy to do.
Oh, is
I'm
it?
looking it up.
Well,
Yeah,
quit,
there's the...
Well, quit it. I'm trying to tell you the story.
I'm listening.
You play as Keiichi, moves to this tiny town called Hinamizawa. Ava! Aki's waving hi to you.
Hello. Hello.
And, yes, and Himizawa is a super small town where everyone knows each other. How come you guys never clap for me? You always clap
Wait,
for
hold on.
Ava.
I think I know an even easier way to do it.
Yeah, well, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, well, suck the underside of my ass.
Ugh. And the Ethan. Yeah, that's what everyone says. It's my dad says.
That's what they call me.
No, not the booze.
So kind of like sound like Eeyore.
Thanks for noticing.
Thanks for noticing.
The African. Yeah. Well, you know, we're hanging out with our friends, right? We have 4 friends here. They're all girls. We're hanging out with them. They range in there's different ranges of ages, but the thing is, you know, the school here is different because it's such a small town and not everyone, you know, needs to go to school. It's all shared in a single class. It's pretty dope. Long story short, we learn from this photographer. I forget his name. He comes in, he's an outsider, and he's taking pictures of Hinamizawa, and he tells us about something known as Oyashiro's curse. You know, there was a murder that happened several years ago when this whole place was going to be buried when they were considering making a dam. But they fought back and they won. You know, Hinamizawa lives, and the dam construction site is now shut down, and it's just a remnant of its former self. But there was a murder that happened there. There was a lynching. This guy, you know, the head constructor of the dam project, got cut into like 6 different pieces, and all the body parts were scattered. All of them were recovered, except for like an arm. And so we're helping out our friend Rena, who wants a, you know, Colonel Sanders, you know, statue, and we learn a little bit more of this stuff at this junkyard site where we're gonna get the Colonel Sanders statue. We meet the guy later on telling us about Oyashiro's curse, and saying that over the course of every single year, on the day of the festival, which just happened, people would die. And everyone's starting to believe in Oyashiro's curse, this god that looks out for this little town. Well, the festival just happened, and luckily no one died. Except someone did. It was the photographer. He's dead. And we get asked by a detective saying, hey, you're one of the last people who spoke to him. Why don't you help us out? And we kind of answer some of his questions. And I think, I could be wrong, I think that's where we last left off. I summarized that in about like 2 minutes. That took about 8 hours worth of story reading. So, so yeah, you're gonna help us read this. It's gonna be dope. Yeah. We'll experiment with getting your model on screen after stream or something. But okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to show up on Discord because that's the easiest way to do it.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I can like virtual camera it to Discord and then
I wonder if that's a thing.
yeah, VC Face has the option just in the settings.
Cool. Well, let's read a story.
Yeah, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down.
Yeah. All right, let's pause the music real quick. Okay, there we go. Perfect. I couldn't pause the music for a second there. It's like, what the heck's happening? There we go. Cicadas. Listen to the Higurashi. All right. So, I almost clicked start. Let's continue. We just finished chapter 7.
Let me be clear.
Let me be perfectly clear. Which is... What is up with this music? Where did I last leave off?
Music's hype.
Yeah, let's go. Anyways, continue. Change that music. Wait, this is serious. People die here.
Oh, for serious.
This is our school. This is our class. Sleepy! This is Rena. Look at her. Is she adorable?
Sleepy. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Who should I have you voice? Voice. I know it's just the ones. I'll voice Rena and Rika. I'll have you voice Mina, I think her name is. Oh, Lieber, how's it going? Oh, what a sweet, innocent anime girl game to play. Exactly, that's what I said. Happy Halloween. You'll see your characters when they pop up. Trust. Whoa, that was a really big yawn, Keiichi-kun.
I got it to partially work.
Nice. I'm usually...
You can see my OBS. You're welcome.
Thanks, I can't see crap. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but it doesn't look like I can do it today.
Wait, who am I reading again?
No one yet. I'll get to, you'll see your character. Trust.
Yeah, but what were their names again?
We'll see. I was watching. I don't remember their names. Okay. I was watching TV until late last night. I'm so tired right now. That's legitimately me. I was watching Ava's stream last night.
Real and true.
This one. Mion. That's her name.
Mion was one of those raunchy TV shows you loved so much on last night.
And this one too. You can voice Satoko.
How extremely vile.
Wait a second. Don't imagine things and jump to conclusions. It's perfectly normal for boys. Nothing to be ashamed about. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. She always pats you on the head when she's trying to comfort you.
Arnar.
You too, happy Halloween! I hope there are still tricks or treat things to do at your place. Yeah, I'm gonna go trick-or-treating later.
Cringe.
You're
Later.
cringe. Later? Could you just let me pass out this lunch break? No, seriously.
You think I would just sit here and allow that?
See, it's literally you. That's why I had you read this character.
That is fair. I get it. I understand it now.
I'll get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. Ew, trick or treat! Ew, Halloween! Aki, you're ew. You're so ew. I didn't read what that said. It seemed that
Put my
Satoko
head
had...
on the desk and drifted off into the afternoon nap.
It seemed that Sadako had responded, but I pretended not to hear. Yo, is that my pumpkin? I got my pumpkin! Oh. Cut it out, Satako-chan. Keiichi-kun fell asleep. His sleeping face. I forgot, she says cute like that. So cute. You're Mion.
Oh, you can take him home later. Let him be for now. Wait, was me on the blonde one?
Mion is the green-haired one.
Okay, cool.
Let's move over there. It'd be rude to Keiichi if we bothered him now. Rika-chan really is a good girl. Let's not wake him up even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san, that's the detective that questioned us. That afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident with Tomitake-san didn't happen at all. That's the guy who got killed. Which, by the way, got killed, by the way, it seemed to have been self-inflicted. The way he died was he used his own nails to carve out his throat.
That's hot.
It made me think, was Oishi-san just trying to deceive me? It is, but It was probably the truth. One thing was certain. I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this. Huh? When was that?
I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of the Watanagashi.
Yeah, nice pronunciation. Mion whispered to keep the others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Rena's voice was even harder to pick up. But I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake-san? Itake?
Not sure. That's all I know.
I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join in the conversation, it was much easier to just sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung. So, and me, there are others, right? Two?
But they don't know if it's from the curse or if it was an Onikakushi.
Onikakushi? Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. Yeah. There was another, right? Right?
If it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah.
But this year at all?
Grandma and the mayor talked about it. Seems they talked to the police about it beforehand. They said they'd take care of whatever happened this year without causing a commotion.
Then, without us knowing it, someone had hit them. You mean?
AB.
AB! Next could
AB.
me. I wonder.
Don't worry. You got home safely.
But is not allowed, right?
That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this.
Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term onikakushi. To be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. You ever watch that movie, Spirited Away?
I have not.
It's a good movie, I actually like it a lot.
I've heard.
I suspected that was what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, it really bugged me that I don't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was when Rena said, "There's another one, right?" Mion also said... Right? Mion also said, if it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah, responding to something. If it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be two victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. I recall Tomitake-san's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. that horrendous end would be best be described as cursed. That's so cursed, bro.
First fuck, bro.
Yeah, it's so cursed. Imagine clawing at your own throat. Idiot.
I do that every day, bro. Just
Yeah,
don't die
like,
from it.
yeah, just don't die. It's that easy, idiot. Then, the woman with him. It means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason?
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward.
You're cowardice.
You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
How dare you, Danny? Why would you do this to me? I'm in the middle of reading. I didn't even know. I'm dying. Yeah, I bet I did. Your weakness is pathetic. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. Don't laugh at me! Ava's here joining us, by the way. She can't hear any of the sound effects, but it's funny.
Hello.
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 If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But look at all the fingers. Ethan getting somewhat immune to the jump scares. I'll tell you. Maybe that's just not loud enough. Maybe what I should do is turn them up to like 300%.
You should. It's a good idea. Do it right now.
Let's see. Where's my scares? I'm gonna regret this. Where's my Halloween scares? I have them all listed as Halloween. Where are they? How long is my spooky scary skeletons? Let's turn that one up.
Scary skeleton.
Turn that one up just a little bit. The pumpkin laughter. Oh yeah, pumpkin laughter can be turned up way more. Here we go.
Yeah, that one was really quiet.
There's that.
Spooky, scary skeletons and
Oh my god, I
shivers
heard
down
it.
your spine.
Oh yeah, they're way louder.
That's perfect. I heard it through your microphone.
The jump scare. Oh, I'm gonna regret this one. Turn that one up. The ghosts. How loud are ghosts? I thought I turned this one at max. It's not. Let me turn that one at max. Oh
Don't
gosh.
forget Foxy.
I just went to Foxy. Foxy can be turned up way more. I don't want that one turned up way more.
Max volume.
It can go up from it ranges from 0 to 200%. I have it at 81.
Damn, 200%.
I'm turning it up to 150 because I'm gonna regret it if I don't. If I turn up to 100, you will hear it as if it's playing in your ears if it's at 200. It's also gonna make me go like death. So I trust that's good.
Yeah. Perfect.
What is it? Let's see. If that's the case, I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rena. Oh, jeez, I'm dying. Ugh, thank goodness you didn't have enough for Foxy.
Damn it.
From her composure, I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oishi-san. Informing... Don't do it, Danny! Don't do it! Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep. It made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions. It left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. Nice happy. You're so.
me. Is this one? The
Yeah.
teacher approaches. Keiichi-san, you must awaken.
In the
Oh,
distance.
awaken!
Awaken! In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. Gah, I couldn't sleep at all.
Rise, my child.
I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in
Oh, I
that
forgot we
moment.
were in a classroom.
Yeah, we're sleeping in class.
Been black the whole time.
It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Ah! There was
Did you
a
type out of the game there by accident?
no.
Oh, was it just something the game did?
Yeah, the game was just black. We were reading the words.
Oh, they're like the glitchy error.
Glitchy error.
Wait, did you not see that?
No.
I saw it on stream. I saw it on Discord and I saw it on stream, so like it happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. Huh? I don't know. I think you're gaslighting me. There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Satoko! Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I fiercely jumped up from my seat. Moneybags, how you doing? Welcome. Roses are red. Green means go. Your name is Ethan, and you smell like Joe. Whoa. That's actually really good.
Yo.
But who's Joe? Error. Insufficient Weeb coins. Yeah, Dave. You don't have enough Weeb coins. I fiercely jumped from my seat. I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together.
They pranked the fuck out of you.
Not bad, Satoko! While I was sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko.
Uh-huh. Did you not notice that our teachers arrived, Keiichi-san? Take your seat.
Clump clump wish booth. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. Is that what a flick to the forehead sounds like?
Yes, precisely.
It's too much for Jeff, yeah.
Keiichi-san is being mean.
Hey! Don't pick on younger kids, Maibara-kun.
That's not Chie.
Yeah, it is. That's Chie.
That's not what Chie looks like.
Apologize to her. Oh, that's me. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me. That little brat! Come on, Maibara-kun. Yeah, I'll apologize. Sorry, Satoko-san. In any case, I apologize even if it wasn't in a completely insincere tone or voice. I'll remember this.
Bruh.
You
Bruh!
forgot 2 words, though.
Hey, it's you.
Oh. Kei-chan, hear revenge at the club meeting. Club meeting? Take your seat.
We're part of a club that plays games.
Oh. Video game.
And here's the thing. There's a punishment for if you lose the game. And they usually are not cool. They're typically like
I remember seeing this.
yeah, so they usually
It was really weird.
yes. So they can usually get you to do whatever they want if you lose. So get your revenge at the club. I sat down after Mion told me to. She switched to class representative mode. Punishment or hazing, whichever one fits the moment. Boom, 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 boom.
My tractor.
With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I'd like to play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oishi-san. Rena and I weren't even able to test out our strategy. Rena, That's right! Today, Keiichi-kun and I will be victorious!
What should we do? We never played the same game 2 days in a row before.
Why not try asking me? You?
No,
Neon.
not you, me.
Oh, I thought she said me, though. Mion looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly taped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up.
Oops.
Oops.
I completely forgot I need to go help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today.
Helping
Why does it
your
not
uncle?
give me the entire dialogue immediately, bro?
Because. Actually, in reality, it's not supposed to be this way. This is actually a mod.
Oh, you modded your gameplay?
Yeah. The way it was supposed to be is actually like the text would start at the very top of the screen and would just fill out the whole screen.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't like that, so I have it like this.
That's fair. This does look better.
Yeah. Boy. By the way, my Red Bull is strawberry apricot.
I don't remember asking.
Helping your uncle? Aren't you a little goody two-shoes?
Sorry, really. I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys. Sorry. This old man is heading back home now. Ah? Is that a translation error?
No, that she refers to herself as an old man.
Oh.
They do have voices though. Like, I could turn on their voices. But the thing is that they're all in Japanese.
Oh.
So like, if I did this, right? It's like, this is us just reading it in our head, but the moment he actually talks, you can hear his voice. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag.
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。
No, it sounds great, right? Don't you want to hear what they're actually supposed to sound like?
Sorry.
Me neither. You see, Mi-chan sometimes goes to help out with her uncle's shop in town. Ah, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff.
She said that she gets paid for it.
Ooh, money!
Money. Quite a bit of spending money from what I hear.
I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she saved up from there. But that... wouldn't you call that a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? There's a clause that states household chores are excluded. Is that what she's calling it? So, what now? Pass on the club today? So, we're done today, I guess? Won't it be fine? Won't it be fine even without the club president? Is that how people say it? Won't it be fine even without the club president? Huh. I don't know if I would say it that way. Let's do
How would you
this!
say it?
Wouldn't it be fine? Wouldn't it is what I would say. Not won't it.
I think they're synonymous.
Yeah, well, that's stupid and dumb. I opened the club.
Well, you're gay.
Yo, how dare you?
Yeah, got him. Dab.
Yo, Moist, how's it going? Welcome. How you doing?
Moist critical?
That's-
Penguin Zero?
That's him. I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game that ever-growing pile of games. Yes, Kala's here joining us as we're reading a visual novel. Ah, here it is. The deduction game from yesterday. Man, I had to stop just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to repay Satsuko for what she did during the afternoon break. Shut up.
I do not mind. But is that fine for Renaissance and Rika?
If Keiichi-kun wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it when we have enough or everyone together. When she says it like that. I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot.
You forgot.
I forgot. I completely forgot.
This sounds like a very slow visual novel. It is. Things are actually slowly picking up more than they were before. But, the first 8 hours of this visual novel were all like, yeah, we're just playing games, having a fun time, we're just enjoying each other's company. Well, I guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities. When does the horror start?
Peace sign fade away.
I tell this to everyone who's asking when does the horror start. If you want instant horror and gratification with jump scares and stuff, this is not the stream for you.
Scram! Wait! Exclamation point! Jump scare.
Here we go. Yeah, Ava's got us with the jump scares.
No, I don't have any point.
Yeah, this is definitely much more of a story, building up slowly to a more psychological horror. And so, if I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Golly.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward.
That's so much.
You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
It's not Fox 1, it's Foxy.
I'm trying to write it with my pen.
Why are you trying to write it with your pen?
Because I didn't know I could do this. How do I... Oh, I found the go back button.
What on earth? I'm really curious to know how this looks on your side.
I'm writing in the textbook. Why did it put a space there? No,
I am genuinely curious to know how loud Foxy is now, since I doubled its volume.
I don't think I'll have enough points for a while to actually do it.
I'm sure someone will redeem Foxy. Poor Dave! Yeah, Dave's falling! If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Oh well. I'll give up this time. I braced myself for impact when I saw the word pop up Foxy. I was like, uh-oh. Man, I really was looking forward to playing it.
Thank you, Eli.
Golly.
I heard that. That is so loud.
It's so
Your poor
loud.
ears.
Oh, man. Good. Someone who ain't broke needs to do it, yeah.
Don't make fun of me for being broke. Who's the one on stream? Not you, Dave. I'm rich in friendship.
And you know why I'm here? It's because I'm broke.
True and real.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Moneybags. Appreciate that. I was gonna, but Moneybags stole my thunder. It's okay, Danny. I trust that you'll do it again later. I shuffled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it.
At the next opportunity, I shall give you a sound thrashing. I had a stroke reading that.
The murderer is Satoko. The murder weapon is the pistol. It was you after all.
Are they playing Clue?
Yeah, they actually did play. They actually did play Clue.
Then I'll just...
Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out three of them all.
3 of them at me. The murderer is Keiichi. In the lounge with the rope. This is just bullshit.
I don't need no rope. I'll just strangle you like this. And I'd murder her.
I was thinking kinky. No! Keiji-san is such a beast.
Yeah, I am. I killed her.
See that? I did that earlier.
The murderer is Ethan. Well, I guess it's good that I got that out of my system.
I'll remember this, Keiji-san.
She was used as the plaything for quite a while. What?
What?
You poor thing. Rena! Stop it, Rena. Not cool.
She was what? She was what now?
She's used as the plaything, and then Rena's like, ah, heck yeah. If you die in Clue, you die in real life. Oh.
If you die, you die
Cute, cute. People die when they're killed. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mio, Satoshi.
Who the fuck is Satoshi?
Ooh. Satoshi. Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least, every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. Keiichi-kun, let's hurry and finish cleaning up. Being rushed by Rena, I finished up quickly. Satoko and Rika-chan had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. Rena, there must be quite a few people who transfer from the school, right? I tried asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered, Yeah. Hinamizawa is a rural town, right? Some people transfer out every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Sorry, I don't really know. There was a bit of pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. I'm not saying it to be mean. Just last year, I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him. So I didn't hear much about him. Sorry. I'm not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? I would never keep a secret from Ava.
I'd keep secret from you.
Ava's whole thing is a secret.
Like the $5,000 credit card I have taken out in your name.
No! She definitely knows something. Exactly. She knows something. She's hiding something. Everyone's hiding something from me. I'm not paranoid.
I'm not paranoid. You're paranoid. Everybody's out to get me.
Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? No.
Really?
If anybody comes up to me saying, dude, I'm really worried about my dog. He's been having spasms recently, and I'll be like, I don't care.
You care about this dog.
I love your dog.
Clyde, Ethan said he doesn't care about you.
That's right, I don't.
Bite his nuts.
Dude, I haven't seen the dog since you took him home.
He looks hurt. He looks perturbed.
uh,
He may be suicidal now.
No, puppy! I care, don't do anything stupid.
He's got the bone wheel induced
Not
suicidal
the
tendency.
bone wheel! For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance.
This dude's a bitch.
Keiichi-kun, you're making a scary face. Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Rena's hair. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home.
That'll do, donkey.
That'll do,
That'll
donkey.
do.
Yay. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Keiichi-kun, are you tired, maybe? Maybe? Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think? Golly!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
That's so loud!
Coward.
Coward, you make me sick. You think so? Yeah. You seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. Rena continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that the fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you. It's completely different from where you used to live, after all. Of course you've gotten tired, since there's so much you need to get used to and remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it has to be. I was also like that at first, too. I can tell, you know? You know? I wondered if Rena also experienced the slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? Feeling had been drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. It was the same as Keiichi-kun. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Michan and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely, but I did still feel a little out of place. Rena told me all the details of when she had moved here. All her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So, Satoko got you too? Yeah. There was a thumbtack put on my chair. Poke! Then with that, yeah.
Mr. Teacher, I have a question.
Eh?
Why do we have regular houses right next to the fucking shack with the thatch roof?
Don't worry about that. That's my house.
Oh, that's the crib?
Yeah.
What about the one on the right?
That's your house now.
Oh.
You like it?
I don't want to
I made it just for
live
you.
across the street from you. Can we relocate?
No. Welcome to Hinamizawa. That really takes me back. When were you invited into the club? Immediately. Thatched roof houses are cozy AF. How dare you, Ava? Yeah.
I'm just questioning as to why they're right next to the modern day houses.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Kind of weird. Kind of crazy. Wait, how many thatch roof houses have you been in, Danny?
Wait a minute. Danny, what does your house look like?
Do you live in a thatched roof hut?
Nah. There wasn't a club at the beginning. It was formed partway through. One day, she said we should stay after and hold a big game tournament. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president. If it was made then how come you don't know Satoshi, huh? You want to answer that one to me, Rena?
Mr. Pumon.
Tell me this, Mr. Pumon. Now I get it.
If the club was formed so soon, why do you not remember this person? They killed him.
Oh, maybe.
No, I watched this episode. They killed him.
Yeah, they killed him. Spoiler alert. They killed him.
Yeah.
Until-
Keiichi killed him, actually. He just doesn't remember. It was in a pure blind rage where he blacked out. He's actually the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sure. I tell Trogdor burn what? Trogdor!
Trogdor burninates your... What's the other word? Your cottage.
I like how you're able to read Trogdor and burninates, but couldn't read cottage.
It's blocked on my iPad
Okay.
by the stupid little reaction thing that I can't get rid of.
Yeah. Suck it up.
No.
This is a secret, but Mi-chan used to be really bad at the beginning. She never win. Huh? Mion? Really? I can't even imagine that. She had to do the most of the penalties that she came up with. Seriously, don't tell. I'm gonna go tell. I can't believe Mion was like
right
that.
now.
Mion, you used to suck!
I mean, still do, but like, what's your point?
So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time.
Oh, she's cheater.
Yeah, she cheats. One of the rules of our club is that you have to win. You have to do anything possible to win. And so,
What if I just gaslight everyone into the fact that I won?
well, I mean, you could try to do that, but no one would believe you.
But what if I gaslight them into there's new rules that I made up 2 seconds ago?
They wouldn't believe you because you're not the club president.
No, I was saying this in the perspective of Mion.
Oh, well, if you're Mion saying this, probably. Like, rule number 17 says we have to do this. Like, I didn't know there were 17 rules.
Rule number 253, BA to the power of 7 says, fuck you, I won.
It says I won, regardless. It's like, what the heck? I don't think I want to be a part of this club. Rule 28, you can't quit once you join the club.
Once you joined, you can't leave. I don't even remember joining this club. Rule number 67, everyone's in the club.
It's like, dang.
If you know about the club, you're in the club.
Exactly. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty. My pumpkin's gone! I began making more friends besides Mi-chan after that. But yeah, it might have only been since you moved here that I had finally felt like I had gotten used to it here. What happened to Rule 34? You don't want to know. Stay off the internet. Oh.
Rule 34. If it exists, there's a porn of it. Go look up Ethan Ascar porn real quick.
Please don't.
It's there.
I guess Rena had also been left in the dark. Oyashiro-sama, when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama, I'd be considered one of them. I wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Huh? Did you say something? No, sorry. Just talking to myself.
Just batshit insane.
Keiichi-kun, you're silly. Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke. Hey, Rena. Is there something that everybody is keeping from me?
Yeah, you're the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Huh? No, not at all. You're lying, aren't you? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. What do you mean by that, Keiichi-kun?
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before. You are, aren't you? Keeping something from me? After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Oh!
Mind your damn bit. Oh.
Well then, Keiichi-kun. Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rena. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rena. Aren't you?
Yeah, picture, bro.
Lies or secrets? Aren't you?
You got games on your phone.
You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake-san, and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Then, aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies, nor secrets. Liar. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi-kun? I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened. The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside the car near the school gate with some man we don't know. Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oishi-san and that I heard about the incident with Tomitake-san as well. Did she know all that?
Who's the man behind the slaughter?
Exactly who was that man? I don't know him. Why did someone you don't know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what did you talk about? It has something to do with you guys. It was a lie. Rena screamed, shook, that's dope. It echoed through the trees.
Objection!
It flashed word there, said liar.
I know.
That was awesome. Sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized the person in front of me, she wasn't Rena Ryugu. Then, who was it? Who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rena Ryugu's appearance? I had held my breath for so long, I could feel myself suffocating. Right? And then she made a facial expression that Rena normally might have made. It didn't matter that it was Rena's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Rena's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked, as if she was able to see right through me. We also have secrets, just like how Keiichi-kun has secrets. It was Rena's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rena, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what I felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke.
Oh,
Let's go.
gosh.
It's getting chilly. It was Rena again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened.
We all have secrets, don't we?
Sure do. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Rena was out of sight.
I didn't hold you hostage, you bitch.
Yeah, you did. Don't you remember?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you held me hostage.
No, I didn't.
Bruh, I remember it! Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was?
Who is the Muffin Man?
Do you know the Muffin Man? No. Who was that person who looked like Rena Ryugu? Higurashi.
When they cry. 7th expansion presents Welcome to Hina Mizawa. When they cry.
Who they? Why are they crying?
They sad, cause people die.
Well, that does sound pretty sad.
Do you know all dogs go to heaven?
Yeah.
Did you know that all horses go to hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Horses are evil beings.
Have you ever watched the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven?
Yeah, I love that movie.
It's so sad, right?
Yeah, did you know the ending of it when the dude is talking to the girl in the bed, like the little girl?
Mm-hmm.
It took them so long to record that part. Like they had to redo it over and over again because he kept breaking down crying because that little girl actually passed away before the movie was finished.
Yeah, I did know that.
It's really sad.
It's so sad. It's a freaking Don Bluth film. Don Bluth is a freaking legend.
It is a really good movie though.
Speaking of, have you
There's
seen?
the second one now.
You ever seen Secret of Nim?
I feel like I have. That
That-
sounds familiar.
That movie's dope. The freaking
The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
no, I have not seen that. What the heck?
I typed secret, and that was the first thing that came
The
up.
Secret Lives of
Oh, I
Mormon
have seen
Wives.
this. Yeah, it's about the rat.
Yeah,
The rodent.
it's the rats that were experimented on by the by like Nim. And,
Yeah, it's
and they
it's
have like
about
they have human-like intelligence.
Mhm.
It's really cool.
and then one of them became that rat with the sword. What was that movie
What?
called?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
You know, he's got the sword. The Tale of Despero.
What the?
Have you never seen that movie?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I read the book when I was a kid.
There was a book.
Yeah, it's based on a book.
I can't read.
It's a big book too. It was like the first giant book I ever saw in my life, and I was like, dude, this book's massive.
You ever read James and the Giant Peach?
Nope.
Really?
I saw a little bit of the animated movie, but I haven't read the book.
Oh.
Anyways, I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. That is quite literally me.
Just like me, for real, for
I
real.
kid you not, one of my favorite pastimes is sitting there doing nothing. Like, legitimately nothing.
Yeah,
like,
you ignore me.
Like, I sit there and stare off into space. I'm not doing anything. I'm not on my phone. I'm not watching TV. I just sit there.
Dissociate. That is called dissociation.
It's one of my favorite pastimes.
I love dissociating. I love doing it in public, like with friends. So I'm just like sat there staring at dude. So fun fact. Grabbing a water.
Okay, I was about to say, fun fact, you just leave.
I just walk away. Yeah, fuck you. No. A few years ago, I was with my friend, and we were doing things that are slightly illegal.
You
and
doing
we
illegal
were-
things? I'd never.
Yeah. No, we were smoking weed.
Oh.
We were sat in his garage at he had one of those folding tables, and he was at one end of it and I was at the other. And he was sitting there telling me a story for 30, 45 minutes, and I am just locked in on his water heater. I couldn't tell you a single word that he said, but I guarantee I could tell you every detail about that goddamn water heater. I was locked in on it. And then he was like, "Are you listening to me?" I was like, "Huh? No, I've been looking at that fucking thing over there." He's like, "The water heater?" I was like, "Yeah, I've been set on it." I was locked in on that water heater.
That's what I'm so worried about. I'm gonna be in the middle of telling you a story, and you're just gonna be like, "Nah, sorry, I was staring at this stain on my desk." I'm like, "Yeah,
Dude,
alright."
there's no stains on my desk. Oh no, there is one right here. It's from my mouse pad. The bottom of my mouse pad is blue, and a piece of it's rubbed off onto the desk.
Oh, what the heck? Do I have anything like that? I have these white marks on my table, and I keep thinking that oh, it's the paint coming off of it. But then I scratch it and the white marks go away. So I'm like, what the heck are these white marks? Where'd they come from?
From your skin. You are the whitest man I've ever seen.
Does my skin? It's not that kind of white. It's this is white, like freaking
Own white. It is white.
like white as wool from a sheep. White as this guy's shirt right here.
I don't know what that would be.
Anyways, I stared off blankly
Yeah,
into space.
Oh right.
Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that's not right. There was
I an absolute little bitch boy?
Was I just an absolute cuck? There was someone else who only looked like Rena. Then, who could it have been?
Ethan, what are your thoughts on cooking? Are you a chair enjoyer?
No, I I can't tell you how funny the meme is though of freaking Halo coming to PlayStation and everyone doing the whole Halo the cucking meme of the guy just kind of sitting there in the chair watching the girl, and she's like looking back like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, go ahead." It's one of my favorites.
You're a cooking enjoyer.
No,
But you wouldn't sit in the chair.
I am
You would
not.
put someone else in the chair?
Brother. Are you implying that you would put someone else in the chair?
You would have someone sit in the chair to be your cook. Is that what I mean? Is that what
To be my cook. That is a wild. No, I'm not. I can't say anything. I was about to make a joke. I'm like, who can I make fun of in this situation? And I'm like, no, you can't say anything about anyone. So I'm just gonna use the safe answer and go, yes.
I'd say we put Eli in the chair.
we need money bags in the chair. All right, no.
You have 3 likes on your video. Let me dislike it real quick.
Gosh dang it! Why you always gotta do this to me?
Dude, the clip I posted the other day had 5 entire dislikes on it.
Wow. Which
People
one?
didn't like hearing me talk about eating smoked cock. And I couldn't tell you why.
All of them are me. That's all 5 of my accounts.
Damn, you asshole.
Fat
Yo, it's
chance.
at almost 2,000
I
views.
have a chance, and it's fat. It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that someone else, not Rena, knowing that was someone else, not Rena. This guy's going crazy.
It's got less dislikes on it now.
So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. I thought was strangely comforting. Concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. Though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. Gage?
Hey, get your dumb ass down here. It's dinner time.
Close. It's a bookstore.
Get your dumb ass down here at the bookstore calling. They said you got an overdue library book from 6 months ago. We moved in here 2 days ago. How the fuck?
Bookstore? Can't think of why they be calling me. I like the idea that you voice the mom, but you say something that's definitely not what the mom is saying.
Hey, honey, the bookstore is calling you me. Hey, the motherfucking bookstore said you got an overdue library book.
Like, huh, that's weird. Can't think of why they'd be calling me.
Huh.
I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyways. Oh, it's Oishi! My apologies for calling so late at night.
So late at night.
You want to voice Oishi?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oishi, of the Okinomiya bookshop.
He's a gruff detective, old man sort of thing.
Oh. Oishi of
Oh
the
my gosh!
Okinomiya bookshop.
Don't strain your voice. Oishi-san. Oh, it's Oishi-san.
Sorry. Since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer.
Oishi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought my cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor.
Sorry for calling so late. The phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you?
Yeah. Okay. He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. It's just like me with you.
So, how's it been, Maybara-san? Did anything strange happen recently? Well, did you mention it?
Yeah, actually, that's crazy that you brought that up. I see. This was the real reason. He really... Golly.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
You're so loud. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Oishi-san?
Yeah, I am. Born and raised in Okinomiya.
If he's from around here, he might know. Oishi-san, do you know what this Onikakushi thing is about?
I believe that's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. It's a special saying from around here. Has the same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says.
Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
Hinamiziwawa.
How dare you?
Hinamizawa? Is that it?
Yeah, Hinamizawa.
Hinamizawa was, not sure if I should tell you this, Maybara-san.
Don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything.
No. That's not what I meant. It's just, it may make you feel bad. You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as the village where demons reside.
Demons? By demons, you mean...
too hard to hold up.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Those pitchfork-carrying things in hell?
More like orange-eating monsters.
Not those ones.
We're gonna ignore the fact that I read human as orange.
Yeah, I thought that was a joke, but the fact that you actually meant that, like, unironically,
Nope, I misread humans as orange somehow.
we're gonna keep it that way. Keep going.
They go down the villages, snatching people up and gobbling them down.
Snatching
That kind
oranges
of
up
tale.
and gobbling them down.
Gobbling down oranges. Hey, I might be a demon.
You know, they call me the demon.
Hey, they call me the orange gobbler where I come from.
Demon snatching up people is what this Onikakushi really means. They said that the curse and being demoned away happened together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
The curse and being demoned away happened together.
Question mark. It's a question. He didn't know.
Oh. Happened together? First time I've heard about that. Is that how it is, Mibara-san?
That's what I want to know. I heard Rena and Mion talking. They said that if it was really Oyashiro-sama's curse, then both the curse and demoning away would happen. Oishi began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind?
Mibara-san, do you know the first incident? The murder by dismemberment?
Yeah. One of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right?
Hypothetically. What if he isn't on the run, but was demoned away?
Oh. Huh? It's an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off. Then what about the incident next year? When the man who was who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident.
Well, actually,
Actually,
it was only the husband who died in that accident. His wife's body never surfaced. Unless we find the body, it's considered a missing person by law.
at the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids. Yo, Brody, how's it going? Welcome! We're doing Higurashi today, and we got Ava helping us out, because I can't read.
Hello, I am policeman.
The police divers had searched every branch off the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end, they weren't able to find her body. But that's just not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't it different from being demoned away?
Cannot say someone is dead without their body.
You show Moneybags the dragon I sent you on Discord? It's on the server. Moneybags is a part of the server, so I'm sure you probably saw it.
Nuts. Until a certain number of years pass, by law, she's treated as still alive.
I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality. How about the third year? The Shinto priest died of illness, and his wife committed suicide?
Mibara-san, shut the fuck up. That's actually the exact same scenario.
The wife has supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere.
I'm not sure if we could refer these cases as being demoned away. It's just as you said, every year one person does go missing.
The incident this year, the woman with Tomitake-san has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife beaten to death? Who went missing? I believe that perpetrator was caught, right?
Yeah, we arrested him. He was just a miscreant with a record of narcotics abuse. He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see. After he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime.
But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice?
No idea. It was most likely one of the perpetrators.
It's most likely only the one perpetrator.
Yeah. Moreover, we can't even check now. Because while under investigation, that man, he died in his holding cell.
He swallowed a spork and choked to death.
Bro can't deep throat a spork.
What an awesome way to go out.
Died in death by spork.
Death by spork. That's great. He swallowed a spork and choked to death.
Do you think he intentionally swallowed the spork, or was it an accident?
It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide.
I guess that answers my question.
This game's awesome. Alright. Meaning, for the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing.
That's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I never realized they had that in common.
I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? Oyashiro-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events. The first one was the dam employee. Second year was the wife of a dam project supporter. Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest. Fourth year was the victim's family's child, and the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess. It doesn't seem like there's anything that connects them.
With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends, those do stand out.
It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if they were all married couples. Except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitake-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. The child that went missing in the fourth year, who were they?
Apparently, he was quite mature. 1 year older than you. His name was Satoshi Hoju.
Satoshi? I remembered that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year?
He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him?
Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat, once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat? I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths. No, Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Huh? Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I'd learned something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser, or to seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe.
I need my answers.
I say keep digging. It's more interesting that way. Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That was when I remembered. Rena. Rena said she may be the next victim of the curse.
You mean Rena Raguyu-san?
Ryugu.
What was that?
You said Raguyu.
No, Ryugu. She transferred in last year, and she's your classmate, isn't she? These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl.
Nice. Hey, Mamma Mia, it's Rena Ragu.
Rena Ragu! That's one spicy meatball.
That's crazy.
She's not just scared, is she?
It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced. Almost as if, you could say, she was frightened.
How do you say, she's a little bit...
She said her sudden change in demeanor. That's someone who looked like Rena, but wasn't Rena. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rena today came back to me.
I see. Then I'll be doing a bit of investigating on my end. Please continue your observations of Raguyu-san. Maebara-san.
Are you asking me to keep Rena under surveillance?
That's not what I mean, Maebara-san. I just want you to watch out for your friend so she doesn't end up the next victim.
At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Knock, knock! A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please!
Open the goddamn door!
The other side of the door.
Keiichi.
On the side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. Open the door!
If you hear somebody knocking on that door, open it!
What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at this for tonight?
Yeah. My apologies again for calling so late. If you find out anything else, please let me know.
That's much louder than I thought it would be.
I'll tell you if I make any progress on this end. Well then, have a pleasant evening.
Keiichi, hurry and open up.
God, open the goddamn door!
Daddy's got his hands full.
Can't you see my
At
fucking hands are
Moneybags_MM
full?
says, Hig of Rashi 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 J J J J J J J J J
Hig of
J
Rashi.
J J J J J J J J J J J fish cake mooncake 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 Hig
It's
of
fish cake
Rashi.
mooncake. Fish cake mooncake. Fish cake mooncake. Fish cake mooncake.
Fish cake, mooncake, fish cake, world damage.
Hig of Rashi. What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching.
But you've been on the phone for like 2 minutes.
When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea, a fairly fancy spread for our household.
Hold on. Cookies and black tea is fancy?
Yeah,
Are they living in one of the huts? Like,
yeah. What are you doing making fun of them?
I'm finna get racist.
No.
I can't stand horses, bro.
Oh, racist against horses. I can't believe you.
Yeah, they be racing.
They do be racing. It's like British tea time. Do we look like British to you? Look at Kala. Does Kala look British to you?
Fucking British, bro.
Does Ava sound British to you? We ain't doing cookies and black tea. Anyways, there was even sugar and lemon slices. Just kidding. That's super fancy. Everything you could ask for. This was quite the show of hospitality. What's going on, Dad? What's all this for? Come on,
I made
now.
fucking cookies. Just goddamn eat the fucking cookies, bro. Why you got so many goddamn questions? You know what? In fact, I'm eating the cookies in front of you. Fuck you.
Thanks, Dad. I'm coming in. Wait, Dad.
You doing what now?
First he said he's got his hands full, now he's coming in. What's happening, Dad? Alright.
Dick in hand.
I watch a lot of British bake shows. My apologies.
My apologies.
Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I've never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten into him? So, what were you talking about? I jumped.
I told you could be on the fucking... Hey, why does he have a landline in his bedroom? I just noticed that.
See, here's the thing that you'll never understand, Ava. Back in my day, in the 1700s.
No. Let's back up a bit.
Yeah?
The phone that he answered the phone call from the police officer
Uh-huh.
was a wireless phone. He said that himself.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was able to get it from the bottom floor to the top. So why the fuck does he have a landline in his bedroom instead of like, you know, in like the living room or like a dining room or something? B, why does he have it at all if he has a wireless phone?
Because, listen, way back in the day, you all shared the same sort of connection, but you had different phones. So
why does this kid need one in his bedroom?
Because if he's expecting a phone call, he can answer. If anything, instead of going downstairs,
he can walk downstairs and answer it down there.
No,
also, why
screw
did the
that.
policeman call his wireless phone instead of the house phone?
That is the same phone.
Why was that's not wireless. That shit's a corded phone.
It's
right
the same
there. You can't
phone
tell me it's
number.
not. Wait, then why didn't he pick up the call on that phone?
Because he was called downstairs.
She could have just said, "Hey, someone's on the phone for you. Pick it up." And he picks up this phone. And
She's
puts that
a
one down.
boomer. She doesn't think that way.
Boomer.
Ava Zoomer posting.
No, I did. Look, for one, like, it doesn't make sense. Why? Hey, someone's on the phone. Pick it up. Just pick up the phone. It's right there. You know what? That's a boomer phone right there. Right?
Yes.
You can't say that she's a boomer. So she would understand that someone is on the phone. Pick it up on that phone. And she puts the phone down that she's got down there, and he picks up this one.
See, he could do that, but that's not what happened, is it? He went downstairs to get that phone.
He wasted so much energy.
You know what? You're right. It's not
It would've
something.
taken 2 seconds to just pick up that phone, bro.
It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was, this late at night. Nothing much. Just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Rena-chan.
No.
Eh? She wasn't here. Come on, come now. Don't try to keep it from me.
Come on, you sly dog. I know you got some bitches in here. I can smell her.
She just came over to play. You two were chatting away, so I thought I'd bring some tea. But it looks like I just missed her. I had no idea what Dad was talking about. But a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long were we talking? Rena-chan went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess.
And can you tell me what time it is on that clock up there?
It is, quarter past a freckle.
Why is there no hands on
It's-
that clock?
You tell me you can't tell the time from looking at that clock? Come on.
Oh yeah, it's time.
It is time. Would you look at the time?
Would you look at the time? It's time o'clock. Crazy.
You saw her come up to the second floor? Yeah, I did. I also told her that you were in your room.
Naked.
I also told her that your room was the door down the hall, up the stairs. Rena came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was too focused on my conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had to come inside.
Come inside.
Then
Wait, she did what?
and told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed
Where did he get
Then
the
passed my
information that she
dad
passed by him?
and returned home.
He didn't say that. No, he made that up.
Then, after she came upstairs and until she left, where was Rena? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs. Meaning, Rena had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, she couldn't have been standing in front of the door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi-san about began rushing through my head. This is you. You're the mom.
Oh, honey, quit teasing him and come tease me, you stupid bitch. Oh, yeah, I'll read it legitimately. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again.
Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle.
What does the word chortle mean?
What does chortle mean? Someone
Hey,
explain that to
Siri.
me.
Hold on. Hey Siri, what does chortle mean? It didn't. No, chortle. Chortle. Well, fuck you, Siri. I'll Google it on my phone. You useless piece of shit.
I followed my dad out.
Oh, that's porn. Okay.
Come on.
Laugh in a breathy, gleeful way.
Oh.
Chuckle.
I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rena might have stood all that time. Chortle is chuckle and snort. Snort. A chortle is like a laugh. Thanks, guys. I'm glad you guys answered it after we figured it out.
After I looked it up. Oh, nerds. So she was just like standing outside the door listening
Yeah.
to the conversation?
She was listening to everything we just said.
But we didn't
Oh yeah, we did.
like hear her like
No, no, we didn't hear
he
anything.
mentioned that the door was how loud was the man on the phone?
It's not a matter of how loud he was on the phone. It's a matter of how invested we were in the call.
How long were so like you were saying, we went downstairs to grab the phone from Mama, right?
Yeah.
So we were talking to this man for over an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a 10-minute conversation that we had. How did it take like over an hour?
Bruh, don't think too hard about something like that. It's anime. Something that's like, this planet will blow up in 5 minutes can take 17 episodes. Let's not think too hard about it.
Unreal. I'm also confused as to how I get being invested in the phone call, but like the dad called our name
Yeah, we didn't
and
hear him.
we didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Maybe Mom should have called, because Mom seems to be louder than Pops is.
The word was invented by Lewis Carroll, by the way. Ooh.
Lewis Carroll wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
He came up with the word chortle.
I don't even know if that's true.
Just now, I read it on the internet. How is it not true?
No, I meant I don't know if that dude wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oh no, he did Alice in Wonderland.
Oh. Just now, as I was talking to Aishi-san, with my back turned, Rena was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. Hey, that's the first time we ever actually saw our dude.
That's what we look like.
Hey, by the way, his phone is not wireless.
That phone is 100% not wireless. Wait, hold on. So now the text at the bottom of the screen did say that we grabbed a wireless phone and went back upstairs. But in this picture here, that's a corded phone. That's a landline.
All that time, in this dimly lit doorway, what did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room.
Did Pops think that we was fucking her or something? Cause like, he went out of character to bring tea and cookies to her.
Probably.
And was like more hospitable than normal, apparently.
Heck yeah.
Do you think he wanted in?
I got.
Do you think?
I,
do
you know,
think he
Ava.
wanted to sit in the chair?
Yeah, I do think that.
You think he wanted to sit in the chair? I think Dad would sit in the chair.
He would. He seems like that kind of guy.
He does.
Where do we go from here? Rena's listening in on us.
We kill her.
Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day.
What's wrong? Kiichi? Why is there what? You don't look so well.
Yeah, you
I
want to
think
finish
it's
that
wrong,
statement?
Kiichi? Like, why is it spaced out? Why couldn't this just be one? Like, okay, what's wrong, Kiichi? Question mark. You don't look so well.
No, it's
That's how this should have been written.
no, it's like me going to you, seeing you not feeling too well. I'm like, hey, what's wrong? Ava, you don't look too good.
Oh, okay, I get it. Kiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? Sleep.
It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Who created the word sullen? No, yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. You ever done that? You ever wake up and just be like, there's clearly someone here, I gotta check. And there's like no one there.
Oh, no, I had a dream once that like, it was like a sleep paralysis dream. Where there was like someone like standing over me. You know how like doctors stand over patients on like the hospital bed?
Oh, that's
it was.
creepy.
It almost felt like that. Like I was being operated on, and then I woke up, like in a pure panic.
That's wild.
I also remember having a dream where I woke up, like in the dream, wake up, right? You know how you'll have a dream, like, and you wake up and you're still in the dream.
Skeletons and shivers down your spine.
And I like ran into my living room for some reason, like panicked, and then I woke up again. Like actually woke up this time.
Dude, I hate that.
I
Oh,
was like, what the fuck,
waking
bro?
up in a dream, you're like, oh shoot.
It's so trippy, and I think it was when I was still in school. So I think I was like freaking out, like, oh shit, I'm late for school, bro. I gotta go to school.
Oh, I've had stuff like that happen before.
And I woke up and it was like Saturday.
I gotta go to school!
I remember I took a nap after school once and thought I had slept until the next day. I was like, oh my god, I missed school. Like, I'm really sorry. Like, I didn't mean to. And they're like, it's like 5 p.m. You went to school earlier. What are you talking about?
Dude, that feels great though when you go to sleep and then you wake up and you feel like you've gotten a whole night's rest. You're like, oh my gosh, I've slept my day away. It's like, it's been 2 hours.
It doesn't happen to me anymore. I fall asleep and I sleep for 8 hours, wake up at 11 p.m.
Yeah, same. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease.
What incident would have happened on your way to the breakfast table?
I made it to the breakfast table in one piece. Thank goodness I dodged all those landmines and freaking aerial strikes. It might be a
Tactical
cold.
nuke.
Tactical nuke! It might be a cold.
Thank God Reina didn't get her kill streak.
I don't really have an appetite. There were spooky, scary skeletons all around you. Oh, I saw. Ava's just like, let me tell you this deep and personal story about my life. Spooky, scary skeleton. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I told you a deep and personal story about my life.
Yeah, everyone heard it. It was really embarrassing. I couldn't believe you actually said all that stuff live in front of all of these people. We have
I've said much worse live.
I know you have.
In front of like 30 or 40 people, so...
That's pretty cool.
My. You do seem a little warm. Because he pissed himself.
Yep.
Well... Can you make it to school?
Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? I was glazing and missed all that. Yeah, it's just like, let me tell a story real quick. Yeah, let's just spam redeems while the story's going on.
I don't remember what story I told.
You're telling your story about the whole, freaking, waking up in a dream and then all that stuff.
Oh yeah, that shit was wild.
Yeah, during that, someone spammed, not spammed, but someone did the skeleton redeem. And so part of your story was kind of blocked out.
Damn. So let me tell you the whole story again. So,
all right, let me start over.
It all started when I was 6.
And this, like, how long do we have? Like, well, the stream goes on for 4 hours. Great, I'll tell you for 4 more hours. Like, oh,
Cool.
It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena.
Rena-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off?
Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky. They get a little quirky at night.
I'm trying to get a little quirky at night.
But she was certainly cute. Well, the lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why would I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been in my cold.
My fault.
It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry.
Then I'll go send her off for you.
Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." Dang.
Bro's got a cold. He's not dying. He has no syphilis.
Go to the hospital. Colds? Here in the middle of nowhere? You may as well be dead.
Bro just needs some fucking NyQuil.
You're going out on deliveries now? Be good, stinkies? Alright, Danny, take it easy.
Don't tell me what to do.
That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning. And just in case, went to the hospital. I don't remember going to the hospital in the show.
You don't remember when they went to the hospital because he had a cold?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. Walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view.
This kid has a cold and they sent him out on his own.
Yeah, it's Hinamizawa. Everyone goes out on their own.
Yeah, but this dude's got a cold. They could have just went and like got him medicine. Brought it back to him. Been like, here, I got you some cold medicine. Lie down, rest up, drink water.
Yeah, well, I'm sending my kid to the hospital.
Are you now?
Iriad
By themselves.
Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses.
Oh my god, it's got a parking lot?
It does. And little Hinamizawa, they must be making a mint.
You know it's real when parking lots are... Look at the gator!
Yeah, look at the little gator, buddy.
Look at him, he's adorable.
He's
He's
kind of
like,
cool.
"Wah,
He's like, "Meh."
wah, wah."
Spaced out in the air conditioning waiting room until it was my turn to be seen.
Mibara-san, please make your way to the examination room.
Alright, you ready for your surgery? I just have a cold.
Are you ready to lose your balls?
I like to imagine that like it just gets worse and worse as they're going. It's like, all right, so we have the heart transplant, but we also have the liver transplant as well. Are you ready?
I have a cold. Can I just have like some NyQuil?
It's worse than I thought. He's asking for NyQuil. Quick, get him down. Put restraints on him.
Bro, I'm not... Bro, what the? Why did I come here?
Like, what's happening? Is this what it means to be demoned away? So.
This is deep in the way. You just go to the hospital. They give you random surgeries you don't need, and you die.
Yeah, we lost another one. 5 years in a row. Dang it.
Damn. This happens every year. We should really not let the new doctors do heart transplants.
Yeah, or the liver transplants. After half-heartedly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard. See? It is a little overboard. But if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately, then it was worth it.
They gave him a shot. What shot did they give him for a cold? They give him a flu shot or something? Like,
I wonder, what kind of shot did they give him?
they gave him the beaner shot. Gave him
Wonder.
a shot of Crown Royale.
You never seen Higurashi before, right?
Nar.
Okay. I know the plot of Higurashi, I know the twists and all that. I'm trying to see all the signs early on. I'm trying to see, I'm like, does this make sense? Is this what this is? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I think that shot may have actually been relevant. I don't remember. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word. Must have been an Onikakushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With who? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with the big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along? Were they talking about Tomitake-san? I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or... Thank you. I need that encouragement.
You're welcome.
Leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. That woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I didn't finish that last bit. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monetary monotony of school... yeah, the monetary. I was away from the daily money-making system of school. No, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape.
Looks like we gotta skip town.
We gotta run!
Oh, we gotta go.
We gotta get out of here! I'm being stalked by a god right now. It's pretty terrifying. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well...
Maybe the Higurashi was the friends we made along the way.
You know, maybe the missing murders and missing peoples were the friends we made along the way.
True.
I may as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. Oh, we know the street.
Hey, Shack Street.
Shack Street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in the car's way? I moved farther off the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved.
Mebarazan! Good day to you.
It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me.
Damn.
See, I told you he was an older
What
dude.
is up today? Go on break?
Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home.
That's great. I'm just about to get the lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me.
I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold.
I expect that you'd rather avoid using one of the local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place.
I finally begun to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa.
So anyways, about your mother.
Is she single?
She's single? Is she currently seeing anybody?
Your dad, is he still alive? I can arrange that. I can fix that.
I could change it. I can fix her.
Riding in the frigid car.
I could fix her, but whatever's wrong with her is so much hotter.
It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. Liar.
Just like the cake. Liar. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. I don't know why his voice has changed like 6 times in this conversation. Did your parents get angry at you? Nah, they thought I had a bitch over.
No. I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all the time. All that time. Separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died.
They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san.
Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye.
I believe it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with the premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads.
You know that thing you see in manga all the time? What, words? Drawings?
Yeah, the hentai, the brother-sister porn.
Where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed? Oh, that was from the hentai.
It exists.
What is he talking about? You know the thing you see in manga all the time where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed? What is he talking about? Tentacles. Oh, that's what he's talking about. I see.
Fuck, what is it? No, there's an actual drug that
In
like,
manga?
it will kill you. Well, I don't know, but it's like a real thing. But it won't leave traces. It'll kill you, and it won't leave traces.
What? What manga is he talking about? Anyways, apparently it exists.
I don't know. It exists. Stukino called something or other. That's pretty common. But you see, it doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitaki-san to react like that.
Then, you're saying the police concluded Tomitaki-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be disassociated from Tomitaki-san's mysterious death.
Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans.
That made me a bit relieved.
Yeah,
Huh.
did you fish yourself?
Yeah.
Hmm.
We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi-san into the shop.
This place got a parking lot, it's so fancy.
Wow, look at this place!
This actually looks kind of cozy.
It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't
Like a
be.
Waffle House.
Yo, we gotta go to Waffle House.
True, right now, let's go.
No, I get my Red Bull right now.
Damn. What's up with Waffle House?
It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday.
Do please. I'll make do with non-smoking.
This way, please. When you are ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth.
So, what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute?
Huh? Well, I guess.
This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see?
Uh-huh. Oishi-san, you're leering.
Hmm? Am I really?
I'll take one of each. What is wrong with this glass?
It's built different.
It really is.
Wait, I was gonna say maybe that's just like the design of the glasses for this restaurant, but the other ones are normal.
Exactly. Actually, I think it's for the ice cream here. Look at it. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table.
Yesterday, we talked about Himinizawa's past, didn't we?
Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons, or something like that.
I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning.
Is she still alive?
Well, yeah, of course.
Isn't Oishi like 7 million years old?
He's 27.
Oh, fudge. Oh, I'm stretching.
People in Japan live to like 200 anyways.
It's true. Huh. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinamizawa, you got to say this
I'm
bit.
gonna steal my voice lines, bro. You fucking bastard.
Hey.
Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuki, the demon's abyss.
Onigafuki? That's quite the name.
The name is still around. The swamp where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Onigafuki. It's said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of demons.
No one had told me anything about such an ominous swamp.
And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered.
A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. Who's calling me?
Deification. Or deification.
That's what I said. A village of inhumane creatures.
See, the demons were Senin, or mountain dweller mystics of sorts. Villagers with incurable illnesses would be taken to Onikafuki to be healed, for example.
Even if we are calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Senin would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons.
But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my mother told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went.
That seems fair. The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling.
They was eating a pussy. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then you see, all of the villagers of Onagafuki, the demons, surrounded, and captured them.
The entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. Damn.
The end.
The end.
There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale.
Well, I'm telling it. Huh? Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Is that how you laugh?
Yeah.
Ah.
There are plenty of old tales like this.
In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartedly while sipping his coffee.
But, well, there are quite a few other tales where the demons from Onagafuki band together to capture their prey.
Recalled that Mion said that the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. Oh, because they surrounded the dude and killed him.
Oh. They would always hunt down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand.
Huh? That caught my
Can
attention.
you say "huh" one more time, and I'm gonna put my boots so far up your ass you'll be tasting rubber.
Huh?
That's it.
That's it. I'm coming to your house. Oishi-san.
I know where you live, kid.
Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
My mother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. Should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said.
So what does this all mean?
It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. So it means, mind your damn business.
Yeah.
It seems there's that kind of rule.
Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other words. What happens if you break the rule?
Well, then you get fucked in the ass. Well, they're man-eating demons after all.
Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with the theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the village were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then, Oishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the entire village or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes.
What do you think, Mibara-san? Excuse me.
You're excused?
Another cup of coffee, please.
I see. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part.
About the coffee?
Yeah. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
Oh, last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared.
Oishi-san had muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee.
So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Mibara-san, I had a bit. Really, just a little bit, okay? A background checking done on them.
I can't believe you do something like that. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I couldn't.
This might sound pretty stupid,
No way.
but Biba Jababaru, Mibara-san,
It's like, what?
if you feel that it's stupid, please say so.
I had this wild idea for a D&D game.
Commercial. So anyways, hear me out. Cowboys in space.
Cowboys in space. Does that sound stupid to you?
Does that sound dumb? I was thinking of opening a small coffee shop right beside this other coffee shop. Does that sound like a bad idea? So I'll just stop.
Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I've ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oishi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began.
The victim of the incident last year was the overseer.
The first year, yeah.
That's what I said.
You said last year.
A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san.
Oh, that's my friend!
True, as me. Multiple altercations.
Oishi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up.
In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? Their daughter was with them at the time. Her name is Satoko Hoju-san.
That's the little blonde girl.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Satoko? Meaning Satoko? Oishi-san looked at me. Oishi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well, and quickly quieted down.
The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you see?
Rika's parents? Yep.
Their daughter is Rika Furude-san.
Rika-chan was...
The housewife who died in the fourth year. You know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt, Satoko Hoju-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house.
I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But, clicking and clacking, It had snuck up. It had snuck all the way to my feet. What?
The one who disappeared the 4th year, by the way. She was Satoko-san's older brother. He was Satoko-san's older brother.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Satoshi was the one who was demoned away. What? Just wait, just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends.
That has to just be a coincidence.
Maebara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking.
Mion?
I don't need them to know that I'm on a date with you here.
It's fine. They just see that it's a date between a very old man and a schoolboy. It's nothing weird. Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan. So what if they're connected? You're telling me, all of my friends. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Rena's different, isn't she? Rena's connected with the victims at all.
Rena Ryuji-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hasn't directly met any of the victims.
He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected?
Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows.
Rena did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That
Base.
same spacey Rena had? Couldn't even imagine it.
It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication.
I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rena's easygoing personality.
And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that.
What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama.
Oops! It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Rena spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa?
Seems that Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. This seems like a breach of HIPAA. I don't think you should have access to this information.
He's a detective. He's got to figure out what's going on. Gotta find
Yeah,
the
but
truth.
this is like doctor-patient confidentiality stuff that you're not supposed to be able to get to.
Yeah, well, if I
And it's teacher or it's doctor-patient with a minor, so you really shouldn't have access to any of this.
Well, he does. And what are you gonna do about it? Angel Mort. I just saw those words over here.
Angel Mart. What's the restaurant's name?
My mind froze. Couldn't process what I was being told.
A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider.
Huh?
According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa.
She's not an outsider. She's trying to pretend she was with me. She's not. She's a liar.
Trying to bond with you. They moved to Ibaraki just as Renaissance entered elementary school.
My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension.
Maibara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop?
Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I know about Rena. Then, how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal.
Reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Maibara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves.
Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush.
We should get going. Maibara-san, did you take your afternoon medication?
I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got into the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Ba-dump. That big jolt was from the distance in the elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. It was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car.
I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation.
Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop?
Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends, who looked suspicious to Oishi-san.
I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring, as my mother wants. Wait, what? Oh, I lost my spot. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light.
So, Oishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on the job. Maibara-san, you're the one in danger.
Huh? I wanted to reply with, "That's absurd," but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it.
I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the What's Nagashi next year. So I want to settle things.
In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim.
I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved. Don't bring it up again. Or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing.
Oh, pressure? From what? No, I was sitting here thinking just now. If Keiichi is going to become a victim, isn't Oishi helping the prey? So
Yes.
wouldn't he die too?
Yes.
Bro's gonna die.
Haven't you watched this? Someone in Humanizawa.
Well, here's the thing about Higurashi. It's kind of a small little plot twist here. It's kind of a Groundhog's Day situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, crap is gonna happen in this chapter, but the next chapter, and by next chapter I mean like game, right? This is game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2 is gonna begin like nothing ever happened in game 1. Golly.
Start all
Did
over
I jump
again.
scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
How dare you. Alright, before we continue though, we're gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Bro's
Two-
a pisser.
2 Red Bulls later, you better believe it. It's so loud, it is loud. Alright, menu. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we will finish Higurashi. Are you enjoying it so far, Ava?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
I like this police officer, man.
Alright, do you want to keep the audience entertained while I go?
Yeah.
Great. Keep them entertained.
I will do. Aye, aye, Captain. I don't know how to entertain people, bro. Wah.
Wow, you're not even entertaining them.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Good job. I'm gonna watch that footage back later and see what you did.
I'll do that.
Not so good as your creepypastas, though. What do you mean? The story's great so far. I think you're just not seeing the creepypasta in this story. Think about it. Think about it. Alright. Quick game. What's happening?
Alt F4.
What? How do I get out of this? Oh, there we go.
Getting out of it.
Got a point. Yeah, I do. You know what I'm saying? I got a point. It's someone in Hinamizawa.
Yeah, I read that already.
You didn't read this part, though. I just clicked it.
We've arrived. Is this fine?
After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
Hey, the cicadas. Oh, I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today. But I'm still gonna keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year.
So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens?
It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maybara-san. You know, if you wanna go back to the coffee shop, I mean. You know,
I mean, we had a great day, right? I mean, you know, I wouldn't mind going back, say, tomorrow,
right,
same
I had
time.
a good time. I mean, in fact, if you wanna go back right now, like.
Do you want to go back? I mean, the car's still right here. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it.
Be sure to take it easy.
Oh, I just got
I'm sorry
outbid.
for.
Gosh dang it.
You got what?
I was bidding for a card on eBay, and someone just outbid me.
Oh, cringe.
I can't let that happen.
I'm sorry for
Hold on.
throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick.
I gotta increase my max bid real quick. 41. There we go.
41?
Yeah, it's important. Am I highest bidder? You're the highest bidder. Good. That's all I care about.
I'm gonna go outbid you.
But it says I'm the highest bidder. Increase
Yeah,
max
but
bid.
I'm finna outbid you.
Raise it to 43 is my max. Alright, cool. It's very important that I win this. Alright. Anyways, what? I didn't really give any sort of response.
I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that.
Believe it.
Believe it. I'll be off now.
The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust.
Oh,
It disappeared into a cloud. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That's pretty wild. Don't worry, I'm here to help. Throws you a little lifeboat. It's like, later.
good luck.
It's like, what? That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, and then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Higurashi. Let's go! Was that the end of chapter? Nope. Where do we go from here, huh? It really feels like I can't go back to school at this point, really. Because if I do, you know, I have to be like, my friends, you're all being watched right now. And then they're like, it's fine, we're all watching you. It's like, oh. I wonder how much time had passed since I lay down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. Oh, there's the phone. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice. Hello, this is the My Bar residence. It's Meal, that's you.
I'm this one, okay. Oh, he's alive, hello? This is Mion. How you doing?
Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi's resting now, but... Shall I put him on?
Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry.
Idiot! That's 100% something I would do. Freaking nerd!
Dummy.
You fell for it!
Huh? Keiichi?
After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me.
I mean, lately you seem well. Rain was really worried, you know? Satako-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said how unfortunate he's sick.
Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it.
Well, you know, it's okay, Chan. Is now about time to come pay you a visit?
A visit? No, it's fine. It's not like I'm dying.
My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see? I was told to share them. So I'll bring you some.
Have you ever had mochi before?
Yes, I've had sweet potato mochi.
Oh, mochi's so freaking good. I freaking love mochi. I used to get this, like, assortment of mochi. I would go to the freaking Oriental store and, like, get this mochi. I usually get it in ice cream form, but I found that you can just get, like, normal kind. And it's like...
Actually, I don't know if it's the same store, but I've been there. They had crickets, and my friend got some.
Yeah, that's a thing as well.
Have you ever eaten crickets?
Nope. I was offered crickets before, and I said, nah, screw that.
They're
Have
not that bad.
You had crickets? Ooh,
Yeah.
You're a cricket eater!
They were
Ew!
flavored.
Ew! Hey now, you'll catch my cold.
But you know what's really good? Ramoon. I love Ramoon.
What's that?
The soda? It's got like the ball in it.
It's pronounced Ramune. You freaking
Ramoon.
gaijin.
No, it's not. It's Ramoon. Not to worry.
Ramoon
Both Rena and
haunts
I
you.
are too stupid to catch a cold. See ya. Be there in a bit.
She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion. Ew! Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Being with the freaking, you know, suspect lady who, you know, supposedly murdered someone a few years ago, and the person who broke a bunch of windows and overheard you ratting them out, coming to your house while your parents are both gone.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later.
How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest?
Huh? What? Ew! Yeah, Aki-chan, ew. I did just that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything beside those expressions.
I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it.
Hmm? You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen.
He got 2 bitches in his house.
Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Michan's grandma made. That not you, that yummy. Aki, you eat crickets? You freaking cricket eater?
Yeah, well, at least we ain't eating ass.
Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in there. It was quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion.
Send me a damn so.
Yep. There's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one.
This is Kei-chan's homework since you missed the club meeting today. Bro's sick. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow.
Were you checking if I was feeling better, or you just come here for the club activities?
Give me the fuck. Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow.
Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mii-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess.
You're right. Let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan.
Yeah?
What did you eat for lunch?
Look into her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I've never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why? Is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so insane it was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I'd made, there was a pause before they replied. Hmm? Gosh dang it, don't be farting while I'm reading this. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun? The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
Well, was it good?
Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was.
Seems you were the rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he?
Flop. The package and the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh? Keiichi-kun, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything? How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking.
Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know.
Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too.
We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode.
Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that.
I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down.
That's true. We should both head back home.
As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out.
They started making out!
They started making out!
Whoa!
I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again.
See you, Kei-chan.
Yeah.
I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright?
Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off into the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about? Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard, from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked to Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare. But for some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rena, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of anything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious, after that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't have even asked Tomitake-san about the past incidents on the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they... killed? What?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's killed. Why is it censored, though?
I don't know. Why is that censored? That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They'll probably Oishi-san as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that was going to be... Both Tomitake-san and Oyashiro-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just... That one's only 3.
Die.
They should just die! Why is it censored? Up until this point, it was fine.
Too intense for him.
Yeah, I guess having a mad, deranged tantrum probably was like, oh, we gotta censor some words. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being... Sergio, this is no laughing matter. We're talking about someone dying. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up. But the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. It was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain.
Right as rain.
I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them, after all. Oh, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remembered the homework that the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. I freaking love red bean paste mochi. Fudge. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, he said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably the shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So well that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that means 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made 1. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one Rena had made was this one. E.
E.
For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it. But that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see.
And dead.
Not bad. Why would he die? It's just mochi.
Poisoned.
Nah, you wouldn't poison mochi. Come on. It's the smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left a little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also...
Attenuated.
That's not a real word. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it's a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of that portion. But, well, first, a bite. Is this one poisoned?
Then 7 bites.
This is the one Rena made. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was a little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the side factor would be presentation and volume. Well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena the challenger, with a size you couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Rena's. I'd probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Choo-choo.
Razor blade.
See, my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. I feel like something that was edible, so I reached in with a finger and grabbed it. What? What was this? Before I can fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. I slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down on the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Gross! Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be a hair. It was thick enough to roll around my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on it, on one end of it. Ah, yes, there was a hole for where a thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh?
Perhaps it's a sewing needle.
What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by the chattering of my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around as if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then it finally registered exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat! Plop! Splort! Splort!
Lord!
Splat! Plop!
Lord, you're
Splort!
crazy.
I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. Ew!
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine.
Scary skeleton and shivers down your spine. Chicken soul, rock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew up the stairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. They'll never find me here. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen in Hinamizawa? No, I didn't know the answer
What would happen?
to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion, and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. See, that one's not censored.
Yeah, what the break?
I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. Higurashi.
When they cry.
Cry they win, Higurashi. Oh yeah. A drug that makes you kill yourself? Threat? Couldn't be. Enjoy, question mark, a homemade snack? Ooh. Fascinating.
There's 4 more chapters. Oh no, there's 3 more chapters.
Well, let's see how this goes.
Because we're on 10. There's 10, 11, and 12.
Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside.
Goddamn mochi at the door!
Did you throw mochi at my wall? Of all the
Get
things,
your ass in here and clean this shit up.
of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. It was very I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Ah!
Eek!
I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
Whoa. Keiichi. What's the matter?
I'm sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My
Just
internal...
like me, for real.
That's just like me. Sleep for 10 hours, like, I only slept for 10 minutes, man. What the heck? Like, my internal...
So quick.
Hey, what are you doing? Look at the time. I gotta sleep.
It's only time o'clock.
It's only time. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
He says his internal clock is mixed up, but I think his external one's kind of fucked up too.
Yeah, you know, that one's not exactly great.
Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? Can you explain why there's mochi strewn on my wall?
Felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if I had pierced my tongue?
Then you would have a tongue piercing.
There was undoubtedly a mysterious intent. But I
That's his moidorous.
don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it. But going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something
Next time
like...
they're just gonna bonk you across the head with a metal pipe.
Nah, that wouldn't happen. That's crazy talk. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine?
Yeah, kinda. Some of my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get up. They say wellness is a state of mind.
Who says that?
Her?
It's like, what? Come on, get up. Well, this is a state of mind. I'm just gonna say it to the next cancer patient I see. It's like, what? You got cancer, so what? You're special all of a sudden? Come on.
Get your ass up. Quit playing with me.
Yeah. I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Ren-chan comes and gets you.
Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day.
By the way, You only got bean paste all over the fucking living room wall, Kichi. You shouldn't do that shit, bro. You dumbass motherfucker. You know what? In fact, when you get back from school, pack your bags.
Oh,
Your father was quite angry. We had very hot, angry sex, and it's all your doing, and I hope it kept you up all night.
I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it. Whoa. So I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me for any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, "I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow," came back and dwelled in the back of my mind. Or ahead, shut up. What did she mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from that norm, or from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would, almost creepily, just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had their friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rules of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven.
Itchy. She ass down here, clean this goddamn mochi. The food's gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Raina will be here if you don't hurry.
I'm coming.
And I hope not.
I cramped. I know. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm like, do we really want to be with Rena at the moment? I don't know, man. That seems kind of like a bad deal.
You did put a sewing needle into my cupcake.
Yeah. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seems... Hey, the mochi's gone. It seems that I didn't have much time. I was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena.
Very normal. Hi, normal.
Let me see something real quick. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Okay, I had to read something. Alright, I got a text message. For this to be normal, I have to be the day of all days. The rice was dry and hard to get down.
Ding dong.
I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. The chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
Come on, Rena-chan's already here. I read that really weirdly. Hurry,
Yeah.
hurry.
Come on, Rena's already here. Go! It's like, oh, okay.
He's here.
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side. Was it the Rena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual.
Never
Well-
let him know your next move.
Morning! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Kiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything about from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their deaths, and the terminal illness and the suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena Mion was scary.
My concern.
Frankly, that's not my problem.
That shit falls on you guys, not me.
Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Rena, once again, asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great!
Fairy Channel's scamming me.
Then let's go. Bee-chan's waiting. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Please don't. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, she could open her eyes and go, God, big fart. But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed so no matter how many times she tried. She was so cute. Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors, and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, are you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mion look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi-kun smiled. What? Rena stopped and stared at me. Oh, gosh. I keep expecting her to go psycho mode. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing I'd wish for. I'd want what happened in the past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun, those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all?
Yo, what happened?
That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi-kun? I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maibara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time has passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Come on, say something. Be natural.
Like, okay, sure.
Alright, say less. Did Rena playfully mimicked what I had said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seemed that there wasn't as long of a pause as I thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. After a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see! So did you eat all of them, I wonder? My timid smile froze again. Did you make it out without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish them all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Gosh dang it, Sergio. Trying to get me with this. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rena made? That homework? Was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Mii-chan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. I was scared out of my wits. That timing, though. Oh, I was scared out of my wits. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable, something buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena. Lies! I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. That was such a cool scene, I swear. That was one of my favorite scenes from the anime. When they were talking like, oh, yeah, everything's fine? Yeah, it's great. It's like, yeah, it's fine. And then she just goes, liar! It's like, oh. Even the manga. I read the manga after watching the anime. And it had, like, the entire manga was black and white, but for that one panel, it was all in color, and it's, like, super intense. So I was like, oh. Are you still with me, Ava? I think Ava died.
What?
Nothing. I'm trying to talk to you, and you're like, and I was just like, are you still with me? And it's just pure silence, like, I think Ava's dead.
Nah.
Did you want to go lay down, Ava?
Yeah.
Go lay down.
Okay. Night night.
Bye-bye. Oh, man. Ava freaking losing it. The moment that the image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? I was not asleep, I swear. Yeah, no, I could tell. Me saying like, oh yeah, let me tell you about this, and waiting for you to respond and getting pure silence. Yeah, I'm sure. Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seemed she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. That's right, Rena. You're not normal. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, the fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows, all throughout her school. Ava, did I wake you up? Sorry. No, if freaking Ava can sleep through anything. I've tried calling Ava to wake her up, and she won't answer. So, Ava sleeps. Ava sleeps. She broke all the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Is this a different artist entirely? What the heck? This looks like that one anime. Certain Scientific Railgun. I almost said that one character. Swing full force at each pane of glass after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Rena smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. She's kind of reminds me of Mirai Nikki. Oh, you know what? That kind of... I'm trying to see where the eye came from. You know, if you cover up the eyes, it probably looks fine. But yeah, it does kind of have that sort of Mirai Nikki look to it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wondered what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting windows after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What if Rena had done to whoever attracted... Wait. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would, be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't even care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression... This is not even happening. He's just imagining all this. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out? But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They gained nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Yeah? This guy's getting beaten up, killed. Quick, let's do our math homework. Okay. Even there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical reports, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow looking down at her. That was only a piece of the conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. And what Rena did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards, refusing to believe there was a curse. I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists? Or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? My DM was here. What did I miss? DM? I'm your DM. What are you talking about? I'm your dungeon master. Crap's going down. It really hasn't been slow at all this entire time. We're all learning about what's happening. We're trying to piece the puzzle together right now. But it seems like my guy's kind of like really freaked out over everything. He's really overthinking it. Every little thing he thinks about will like instantly change upon like one word being said or something. That's exactly what's happening. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but it was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponents were a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. Keiichi-kun, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder? Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all the terrifying thoughts. No matter how you look at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. That's right, I died. Yeah. Oops. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head for the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. You should kill Rena. Also, my phone screen came off. Oh. Whoa. How befitting for the Trant Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. What is this? How discouraging indeed! Keiichi doesn't seem back into his usual self yet. Rika is my spirit animal. I love Rika. She's probably my favorite one. She's so adorable. Yeah, take it easy on him today, okay? Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulders. It hurt a bit. Mion, yeah. Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. Rika is my animal. Rika is my... My mind was full with this stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning. Rika! What's with the unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. Heck yeah. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's? Keiichi-kun said he forget his homework. Keiichi-kun said he forget his homework. Huh. Sheesh. Then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. She laughs just like me. You put drugs in my mochi and didn't even have the courtesy of palapin? It wasn't drugs, it was a needle. The one that Rena made, there was a sewing needle inside of it. They tried getting me to eat it. She's quiet, polite, pragmatic, very matter-of-fact, and very tactful and kind, despite all the pain she's suffered. Huh. Don't spoil anything. I know the plot twist, but just in case someone doesn't, don't say too much. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. Rika's Joe! Whoa! But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maibara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Here we are. Very cool that they have a character model for the teacher, but she barely does anything. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I'd fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb, and with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have? And was erased? Dang. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maibara? The answer should be obvious. Maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously. But maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Rena had corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door eavesdropping for a solid hour? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maibara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else heard it. My little silly guy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could see the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. Uh-oh, now he crazy. Yeah! We getting it. This is late in the game, you see? It's late in the game. Such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together in game, laughing together with up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I didn't. That's what I'm saying. He keeps ignoring the facts. I was just running away. Oishi-san. Yeah, it's Oishi. Oh, His name is Mr. Delicious. Eh? Eh? I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon, the day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle. My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. It almost physically hurt. Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were gonna win big together. Seeing Rena's expression. Whoa, Chad, how's it going? Let's go. Oh, look at... I think that's Pinata. Are you talking about my plumpkin? This is Kala. She's the bestest pumpkin ever. How you doing, by the way, Chad? Welcome. Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi. Maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Slap. Kala, by the way, where is Pinata? If you're talking about Fiesta, she's still gone. We'll wait until after Halloween. She'll probably come back after that. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun! Yeah, was Rena trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah! Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Rena's trying to poop. Is that what she looks like when she's trying to poop? Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena. You're pale! Can't you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder. Yes. Ah, okay, thank you. I needed to make sure. No, it's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before, too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. She likes to repeat herself. That's one of her character traits. Sometimes she'll just, like, out of nowhere just say something. It's like, so cute. You know, something like that. I remember being annoyed by it within the anime. But, like, it just became something that I looked forward to after a while. It's like, I'm glad that it's in the visual novel. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See ya. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward? Harden that heart, Keiichi Maibara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because, weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented that my naivety, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this was what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse. But I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So, seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on! Oh. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiling water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel that it's an industry... No, I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching. But when it gets in the way of business... Guy has daddy issues. Bro, daddy is a painter. You better believe he has daddy issues. I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I can tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going on all day, or all day long. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends. But I could no longer trust them right now. I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. Keiichi's dad makes a living doing art. This is to signal that the game is fictional. That's right. He's doing art, which means, and he's able to pay for a family and have a house. This is so that way you know the game isn't real. Relax, guys. The game's not real. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant that the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand?
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Dang. Trying to jump scare me like that. What's wrong with you? Oh, we were. Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Yo, we got lag happening right now. Oh man, freaking lag couldn't always striking when I least wanted to. Oh. Give it a second. It'll mellow out. Ugh. Actually, golly, it's kind of crazy right now looking at the numbers. Ah, there we go. It's turning back to normal. Seeing the numbers of how lag works is so funny to me. Because it goes incredibly low. It's like, oh, as you can see, it's low. And then it just goes insanely high. It's like, jeez. Relax. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary puts you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least, it was like that in my case. Whereas Ava, she fell asleep. So, I was like, alright, go take a nap. And Ava was like, okay. And so... In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on the conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven. That was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. You said fell asleep? Yep, I sure did. She's not in the chat anymore. You don't have to you don't have to wake her up. Ugh. He didn't care so much about my safety. Yeah, unfortunate. But he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before getting devoured. 4 hours? It's probably going to be way longer than 4 hours. If anything that Ava said was true, we got like 2 more chapters after this one. So, we're going to be here for a hot minute. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. Even I have my limit. It's all good, it's all good. Nah, man, I can easily stream for like 12 hours, but it's a matter of like what I have going on in the day. But because it's the last week of Halloween, I am making an exception and making it so that I can get as far as I can. We're gonna finish Higurashi tonight. Tomorrow we're off, but we're gonna finish Outlast on Thursday. So, here goes nothing. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would that would call for a switchblade. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. Do you guys have an insurance plan? I need an insurance plan. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Oh yeah, here we go. We're cooking. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. Ooh. That's how I like my stories starting. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Ren and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wearily at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. Yeah, wouldn't want to seem delusional. That's something that we don't want. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. Folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall. Hey, that's my clock! And stick my folded note on the back of it with Scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back in its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now, I needed to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? It's not urgent. Can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I started my request. Just in case, okay? If I die, Both my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin.
おはよ
Lucas, how's it going? Hello. How you doing? Welcome to Higurashi. We are, kind of paranoid, I would say. Holy. We're a little paranoid that people are trying to come kill us. Specifically, my very own friends. But we have good reason. Everything that points to a recent murder seems to point back to them. And they seem to be acting a little weird around me. Looks very horror for Halloween. Yeah, it looks very horror, I would say. Look how horrifying this all is. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class, and I really like it. So please. What's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? My mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood of leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine, and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Literally every Call of Cthulhu character. Oh yeah. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Here we go. Not feeling so hot. Oopsies. Oh. Save. Save. End of chapter 10. Alright, before we continue though, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. And when we come back, we will do this some more, okay? We got 2 more chapters from what I understood. And then we will see how Higurashi ends. Be right back, fellas. As you can see, this is the wrong screen.
おはよ
Nice. Ah, my brother brought me candy. Very nice. My brother brought me candy corn. Yeah, let's freaking go. Yodi, how's it going? Welcome. Good to see ya. How you doing? Whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, we are playing Higurashi at the moment. We just finished chapter 10. Things are definitely picking up, getting much more interesting than they were before. We're going to see where exactly we go from here. We can't trust our friends, and now we're bringing a bat, and we're going to practice swinging at school, carrying our bat around in preparation for if they do something, we're going to bash them in. We are quite literally preparing to kill our own friends in fear that they're going to kill us. Let's do this. This was the first time I've ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday I was unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with the instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. My, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. You're going for the yaoi ending? Yeah. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult to answer, answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would normally have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the trees' shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun. It was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to repair all of the props needed to deceive me. My, Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forgot. Oh, of course. This wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out some random excuse. What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Yeah. But beep beep. Beep 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 beep. What the heck is that? No, it's a car horn. Beep beep beep. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chase was almost on top of me. I seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissful, ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painful cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side of the mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash! Me. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy. Ethan is good distraction. I am a good distraction. I'm just reading horror story. By the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait! This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime, dang it! I'll track you down and sue you! If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow, and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the results would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. It was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to try... Oh, wait. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came when I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? You think my character's becoming a little paranoid? It seems like he's becoming a little paranoid. There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. Recall the tales Oishi-san had told me of when Himazawa was still called Onikafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No. What I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Stay alive. Candy corn. Shoot. Huh. That's a big fart right there. Wow. Let's freaking go. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If there was something in the classroom to begin with, there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. And so long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first I needed a weapon. He's gonna swing the cuck chair. You gotta use that cuck chair as a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. The music! Yay! Everything's fine! Oh boy! Oh jeez, I'm dying. Yeah, let me drink some water. Does candy corn make your throat dry? Huh. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hit the bat. Hit the bat I was holding behind my back. Well, what is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm gonna change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Freaking love Rika. She's like, yeah, go for it, I don't care. Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, you know, I was feeling a bit out of shape. So I thought I'd try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful that you're taking care of your health. she was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I wouldn't be borrowing it. But I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began, because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out into the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have the bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadows of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly start swinging. That's true. I was about to say, I feel like I would hurt myself. I feel like I couldn't practice swinging for very long. I would get tired real fast. I should at least start with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. Yo, Retro Gamer, how's it going? Trying to do the pumpkins? Summon more of Kala's people. Do it. Kala needs her people with her. I doubt anyone would think, yeah, it was the exact opposite. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Huh? Wow, that's crazy. Did you see all those pumpkins? That's crazy. Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Wow, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Rena and Mion. My pumpkin's gone! Not Kala! I'm gonna have to go through this story without Kala. I guess this calls for me eating a piece of candy corn. Yep. Candy corn. Gosh. Candy corn stings. Duh. It was Rena and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Call the police. The pumpkin is gone. Kala the police. I can't believe you would do that to Kala, using her as a Kala the police. I was surprised. Yeah, she was surprised. Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You could say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and it jiggles. Plump and jiggles. Rena, stop. Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Look at all them ghosts! Ah, so many ghosts! Wait. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw, Kameda-kun, is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut. But oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher and a burst of super incredible explosive speed. What is he talking about? This is the same guy that's preparing to kill his friends if they try to attack me. I laughed dryly at my ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the crowd. Dang it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. They made me smile like that. I already knew quite well that they were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. Ooh. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Smiling friends! Yo! We got smiling friends! Let's go! In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You fool, Keiichi Maebara! Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised that bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. Yeah, I didn't know he was in Higurashi. Yeah, it's crazy, right? With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like I let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Yeah, Keiichi's really good at a smasher pass. Smashing everything, man. Keiichi's crazy. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable. But I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Keiichi-kun, come on. 6. Watch. I almost dropped one of my candy corn. Oh. Ugh, fudge. Ugh. Keiichi-kun, come on! It's club time! Club time! And the sound of Rena's brand! How dare you make a 6-7 joke? Meme. The memes. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Kei-chan. Stop spacing out. Bring your desk. Bring your desk. Your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You plan on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. Just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of my words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent, which is very uncharacteristic of Satoko. No one knows what it means, Dave. That's the joke. They want to kill him to death until he dies. Wow. Yeah, it's just brain rot. That's all it is. Yep. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect to a display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess? She said it in a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Oh. It's from a song, though. Is it? I thought it was just a kid shouting it at the freaking thing. That was what I like the origin. The kid's going 6, 7, bah! You know, sort of thing. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. See, he quite literally is looking around, being like, oh, enemies, enemies, enemies. You know, he's looking around. He's scared. 6-9, nice. That was why I could hear it, without a doubt. There were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Very banned. Oh. Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Maybe the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. For always and eternity, yes. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of the tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulders to be ready to swing at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence of the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. It's Rena. Bruh. Ugh. Fudge. Freaking Rena following me. When she realized I'd found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept the silence and screamed the question at her. Not really. It's just, Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. She lying. Ooh, she lying. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like that to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me.
At Yoda_Nava rolled a 6.
A 6! Wow. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me! Huh? Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me! Hey, but my house is the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved the bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. Now I done told you. Go on, get out of here, you scoundrel. Can't have you here following me. Go on, get. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. Sorry, I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry! I'm going, so please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so as to not set me off. She wants everything about her house off the internet? Or maybe it's more accurate that Keiichi wants everything about his house off the internet. Was the internet a thing? Yeah, it was. Internet was a thing back in these days, right? As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! And a powerful gust blew past us. My face with dust! The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes, my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat with my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt, in the wind. Pretty cool. Wasn't widely used in '83. It was mostly used by government organizations and universities. Even worse. Crazy. Pantsu. She didn't move an inch. I can tell by the sound of her pants in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked into the space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but can I ask you something? I like that's not showing her. Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until today. Well, why so suddenly? It's all right if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? But because Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
And I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. That's so weird. It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why you too? Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to the end of the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology, one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question. Why is even your bat the same? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Oh, I knew it. Satoshi? Being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi? Did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict. And not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. This was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? It's so loud. That's not it. The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued, speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined the team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? Closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Keiichi-kun. And one day he suddenly... What? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. Oh, what was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? The Satoshi, no. More importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena! Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Yep, I told you, Keiichi-kun. It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced into a cold needle. The smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. I can fix her? Do you think so? Do you think you can fix her? It's actually really nice looking art. I love the creepy eyes. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred? Meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now, it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun? Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. Her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. To what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. Yeah. You're not going to transfer, right, guys? You wouldn't transfer. Satoshi and I. What? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Yeah. Oh man, I'm out of water. I have any Red Bull left? In any of the cans? Not really. Good enough. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason. At least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Somebody had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're right behind you? Because I could hear the sound of the flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, there was nobody. What was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? Wild. I wonder, what would be better if you felt like someone was there and you turned around and you were alone? Would you be on edge? Would you be worried? If you felt like someone was there and turned around and said, someone's there. Interesting. I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Right. Or speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Whose is it? I spoke in a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. Felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. Yeah? That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to the current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that in a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The after image of the amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall. The tip rebounded violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. You see, we're not insane. Us destroying our cupboard, it's fine. It scared off the enemy. I didn't see them. I can't prove they were there. But I did the right thing. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Yeah, that's English that you wrote there, Moneybags. I can read that. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little, after clearing my mind. You're supposed to be the weeb here? Yeah. Okay. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled, as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. Calm down, Keiichi. We're your friends. Ah. Yes, indeed, we are your friends. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. Have you not seen that meme? The AI slop Woody rap? Now, why would I have been seeing something like that, huh? Why would I have seen the Woody rap? Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. Because it was funny and it became a meme. You know what? I didn't think about that. That's a good point. No, I didn't see it. In like the Joker try hard edgy kind of way. Pretty cool. That's the kind of memes I like the most. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that the curses didn't exist, which means it has to be true. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit but to doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slightly possibility. I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. You just gotta admit it, man. Your friends are a bunch of criminals. But I like them. Do you think all criminals are evil? They seem like pretty decent people until you tick them off. If I said that Rena and the rest of them weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Spooky, scary skeletons. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Three options? I suppose so. Trilemma. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think about it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I had ever wished for such a thing. I wish I was crazy. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't have any instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. Makes more sense when you read it properly. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I want cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. Nice! But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards are still full of them. So you see, there really isn't any to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. Gosh dang it! Oh man, you're not gonna believe it. We had to go to Paris for vacation. It's like, what? Fine, I'll pack my stuff. Oh, no, we already left. Can you wash the house for us? Is what we're trying to say. It's like, wow. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning it full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Gotta get back to work. See ya, Yodi. Take it easy. Hope work goes well for ya. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. Tch! But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Rough. Anthony, how's it going? Hi! How you doing today? Oi! We're doing freaking Higurashi. We're approaching the end, I know it. We're reaching it. Oh, we're getting there. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. Yeah, your boy just straight up says, hey, if I died, make sure you do this. And then you just leave him by himself? I probably would have taken him with me. I'd be like, alright, we're pulling him out of school for today. Come on, we're going to Tokyo. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least, not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. Is that my pumpkin? I got my pumpkin back! Let's go! I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my own leg off. Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. Couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. And when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light in the whole house was my front room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next, the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through... This is like Home Alone level preparation. Quickly! Make it seem like the enemy thinks that we're still a full house. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper! Bars, I forgot to flush the toilet! Quick, go, go! Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Uh-oh. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure, this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, Leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll say I tripped over and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara! Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again, or tell her to call them when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Then sorry to bother you. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. Or was it? I think you said all they needed to hear. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improv. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? Why are so many people calling me? Are we really that popular that my mom has to hang around the phone all this time? I was thinking about it on my way back to the room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone who I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Oishi-san! Is that you, Maibara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Wait just a moment, please! I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. The call's coming from inside the house. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? The call is coming from Oishi. Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may be well found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Maibara-san? Huh? Yes. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely, after all. Well, Oishi-san, It seems that someone's after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick. The two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to a thread string through. Not that, Maibara. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right. That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. Yeah, but it's got cleaned up. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. It could be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet. I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. My pumpkin! Why? Oh, my pumpkin! I lost my pumpkin. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this trash pile. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's back! I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. You keep Kala. Thank you. Kala is filling in as mascot. We kind of need her here. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned with such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't be keeping Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on a notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? How'd it go? Couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right. That needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that fan was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Dang! At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. Fudge! Had me going for a second. Eh? What? Had you going with what? What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused on protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed with how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I don't know much more than that. It was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Maibara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all this delayed reaction. I guess all this really isn't a coincidence, is it? But she started to hem and haw over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. The stream wasn't in sync, but I fixed it. Oh. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Rena said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Satoshi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Maibara-san, that was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning. I thought so too. At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro's Sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the other villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's gone! What happened to my pumpkin? Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. It's like, it's just a little bit. I didn't look into it. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's back! Oh, look at the pumpkin! Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. Moneybags got heart. He brought back my pumpkin. I wanted to know what happened at previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect? No, not that. I want to know the truth. This guy can't get enough of his truth-seeking. He's literally going insane from looking for too much truth. And now he's like, I want to know more. Tell me more. This guy's crazy. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. My pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residents close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. Uh-oh. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now. Because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Ding dong! Oh no, seems same to me. Hoa! He seems pretty sane, I would say. Oishi-san, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Please don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at our previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock, clearly. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. Come again. Oh, jeez Louise. Ugh. Good. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello? Maibara-san? Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna see who it is. A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine. I don't mind. I dropped my handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with Mom. With Mama. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Yeah, it'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. It's Rena. Good evening. Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to a mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. It's my pumpkin. My pumpkin's back. It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Hey, Keiichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house the chain has to be on all at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. Minhera? Minhera? Minhera. Minhera. Ew. Ew. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if I made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I lay down when I got home and woke up by the phone and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. Men. Oh, men. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Then good. Look here. Nice. I brought a bunch of dishes. Rena held a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I could heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine. You don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu vegetables in it. My pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff, I wonder? There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time. Without a doubt, rice needs a miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping the miso soup in between ravenous bites? Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Hey, look here. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sensai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also, but wait, there's more. So delicious, it seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd do with a cup of noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. This was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confuse that right now. I should try holding on to the fact that as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I know you went through all the effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse. Trailed
Did I
off.
jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Ugh. Yeah. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I'm sorry. We have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so... You have side dishes? That's right. Chug that Red Bull. I'm out of Red Bull! Dang it! With a side that bothered on a cringe, What? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of as well. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner. I wonder... Is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey, now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So, instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Yeah, she like 100% knows you're bullcrapping her, man. I'd probably just cut that, like, listen, I don't trust you. It's nothing personal. I'm just crazy. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. Creepy. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? Couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I could concocted. So I answered, told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming more frigid, piercing me with their glare. Yep, there it is. Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but the facade was torn off me in the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches were slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange it had come to this. Rena seems stable. She is stable. Look at her. She's stable. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena, she said she'd guess. Could she guess it? Could she know what cup noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat! Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice with stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. It was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if I was actually reading. If she was reading my mind, it was being read. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. I don't know what that is. Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you say just now? About what? Just now. My pumpkin. Huh. My pumpkin. What happened to my pumpkin? It looked like my pumpkin disappeared for a second. Am I going crazy? Are you going crazy? But the million-dollar question is, would you? I probably would. Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. pork bone and ginger flavor. I wonder how I appeared in the moments, but my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. That's right, Kala. They're cheering you on. Be happy. Be happy, Kala. I wonder how I'd be able to appear in moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. My field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring, as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. Oh, so I just headbutt like her direction, like boom. How do you know? But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because I was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night. That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door, behind me. Standing there. Just like that? Oh, this one's for horror real quick. That's what I'm saying. This horror. Look at this. When Keiichi-kun was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then you picked out a big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that you love so much, didn't you? Yeah, she might be a psychopath. I'm not going to lie to you. She might be crazy, Tivia. I like it too, pork bone noodles, but I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to pull meaning behind her words. I can fix her, but whatever's wrong with her is way hotter. You know? That's a true statement about Rena Ryugu. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Rena... I really wanted to combine Rena and Ryugu in the same word. Ryugu. Rena advanced. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay? Yep. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door at one time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. What'd I miss? Rena's trying to get into my house. She's got a knife for sure. Last we saw her, she was carrying around like a giant hatchet. So, probably that. That was the last weapon that we ever saw her with. Trying again. No, wait. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light! Open up. Keiichi-kun. Please go away. I beg you. Please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? I wonder. Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both my hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbance, a bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. Jeez, that was the sound of what Rena's... And that source was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wiggling, squirming around like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts! It hurts, Keiichi-kun! It hurts! Ugh. It wasn't a harsh shriek, more of a yelp that she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! I kept on pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away! Stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. That's how the story started, by the way. This chapter began with me sitting on the train, hearing a girl apologize over and over and over again. Maybe I've always been crazy. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at the doorway, saying that there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena had told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. Simply not sorry. Simply not sorry. Yeah. I don't apologize. Someone's trying to open the door, I slammed on their fingers. I should have just pretended to be out and not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. And Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving to my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving again. Hello, Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san about Rena. About Rena's little visit had... but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask something about that I was wait, I read that wrong. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Rina Ryugu-san? I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep that it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi-san? I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. Then, I said it. I think Rihanna Ryugu is suspicious. Even if past incidents from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rihanna Ryugu is revolved. Do you have some sort of proof that would make you believe Rena-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell, even over the phone, how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maibara-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's just all over for me when I die.
Emotional damage!
The damage of the more emotional variety. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself, and that bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, really realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rena Ryugu might never be linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me. This'll make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. So they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of it is just what you heard? Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing. Before you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? Before you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear any of that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. That's right, just feed my delusions. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maribara-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa. The incident Rena was responsible for. I'm reading in the wrong voice. The incident Rena was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they're the ones after all. No. No, don't put words in my mouth, you idiot. That's not what I meant by suspect them. Oshi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well... Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Ethan! Hey! Guess what year Keiichi was born? 1969! Was I right? Yes. Thanks. It's because Oyashiro-sama talked to me and told me what year he was born. Oishi-san resumed the conversation. Don't worry, there's not a thing I don't know. I understand. About the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. He's a believer in the curse. Oyashiro-sama told me you don't wipe. Yeah, well, Oyashiro-sama told me that your real name is Joe. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating on the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. So you smell like me? If you smell like you don't wipe, then yeah. Wait, that's not... The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So, you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it was permanently damaged. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychiatrist was very strict about the professional ethics. Hello? Maibara-san? Can you hear me? There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in the torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Oh, jeez. Oh, look at the fingers! They're bloody! just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating and a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
How dare you? You think this is jump scare worthy? Huh. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I would have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating? To me. What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello? Maribara-san? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Huh? Maribara-san? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello? Maribara-san? What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily, with my right hand blocking my view of the outside. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, crazy. Bro, Roblox is being dumb. I didn't play any foul language music on Roblox voice channel, and I got a 5-minute suspension of voice chat. Easy fix. Don't play Roblox. Dude, I still would, to be honest. Would you? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you? The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily, with my right hand blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't play Roblox, yeah! 12? Dang, that's crazy. I was playing Michael Jackson Thriller on voice chat. Well, there you go. That's copyrighted music. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Sorry. I'm 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 sorry. Dang it. What a nice, aptly timed horn. People play copyright memes on voice chat and get away with it. Yeah, well, they're special. We're normal. That's why we get demonetized, or get a strike, or suspension. That's what happens to us. It's true. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive. Maribara-san? If you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? Which version are you playing, by the way? What do you mean? I may stream Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon tonight. Oh. Split personality. The 7th March. Oh. Save. So we should only have one more chapter. I know the Steam version doesn't look like this. Yeah, well, maybe that's just Oyashiro-sama telling you that it doesn't look like this. Maybe you were wrong. The whole time you were wrong. Because this is the Steam version, so I won't forgive you for that, frankly. Actually, it's a modded version is what it is. I like the way the console version looked, so I downloaded a mod that turned the Steam version into the console version. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we finish this. One last chapter. Oh, okay, so you cheated. Yeah, you know, ever since Ava told me how to download mods, I've become a filthy cheater. We have plans, by the way, to do what's it called? A Soul Link, I think? A Soul Link Nuzlocke challenge for Pokemon. And so there's so many rules that you have to follow with that. That we were like, I'll tell you what, let's just download a randomizer mod and go from there. And I was like, yeah, but I don't have the mod. I'd be playing it on my little Game Boy Advance console that I bought, so that way I could play Game Boy Advance games on stream. And it was like, oh, that's crazy. Here, download this. And made me download my first emulator. So I got a Game Boy Advance emulator now. Pokemon. That's right. Pokemon. With that, we're going to take a quick break. I'll let you guys listen to the rain as we take a quick break and we come back to do the last chapter of Higurashi. Yeah. You better finish the game or else I'll take Kala away from you. No! Alright, my brother's a hero. He gave me a drink. So, I now have food and a drink. Let's go. Well, nice. You have a brother? I do. I do. So, got a pizza here, right? Little Caesars apparently has these pizzas, right? Pretzel crust pizza, where you can replace the pizza sauce with cheese. And we got it stuffed crust as well. This is a very fancy looking pizza. My description of the predator is correct, Ethan. Let's see. The predator is a monster that hunts humans and claims their heads as trophies. Yeah, only the good ones, though. He doesn't just hunt any human. Like, it has to be a human that's like that's worthy of the hunt. Heck yeah. Pizza. Yeah, it's good. It's actually really addicting. A cheesy pizza. So, are you ready for when Keiichi dies? His hair, his hair because... His hair because he's not satisfied with the color. I see. Yeah, when he dyes his hair. I also have a can of Sunkissed. It's so I can stay awake with all that caffeine that's in it. How much caffeine's in this thing, you reckon? A can of Sunkissed. Is it enough? Is it enough, fellas? Let's do this. Final chapter of this Higurashi game. The very first one. I need Ava here. Ava needs to read it while I eat. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. You were doing what all night? I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my room. Like two? Dang. Little Caesars is guaranteed heartburn, but it's so good. Little Caesars is like the most default pizza I can think of. Like, if you just want something quick and easy for pizza, go to Little Caesars. They usually have it always ready. Unless you're getting something weird. In which case they're like, it's going to take like 15 minutes. It's kind of like my like bar. Like this is where you have to be. Like, if you're worse than Little Caesars, then you're not that good. If you're better than Little Caesars, yeah, it's a great pizza. Waiting, watching, just in case someone tried to break through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. He's losing it, man. Call me epileptic because I have little seizures. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's gone. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside. But that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was the sun, and simply having risen. Simply rising. Pizza. Pizza's good. I like pizza. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. She's by your door trying to get in. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved leaving my house was incalculable. So staying holed up in here was probably my safe option. Not safe enough from Foxy, though. Golly, that was so loud. I bumped up the volume, like, way louder. Can you guys hear a difference in the Foxy redeem? It's, like, super loud for you guys, right? I'll tell you what, it's super loud for me. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san said San wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. I can't hear anything now, actually. Crazy enough, I actually can't hear anything. Like, my eardrums they exploded. It's crazy. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. And I went back to sleep. I heard it clearly. Was it loud, though? Like, how loud would you say that was? Was it louder than before? Or just as loud? I regulated my breathing. I regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. Rate it a 2. It's too quiet. I can't hear anything. Is it because it was so loud that you can't hear anything? I wonder. What if I started talking like Rena Ryugu? What if I just started saying, like, the same thing at the end of every sentence? Like, it's like, I rate it a 2. A 2. That's crazy. Who else would say something like that? Like that. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when 2 samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying request to me, since you were probably murdered. Nice that you added that, since you died. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. Would you look at the time? It was still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion, I needed to leave now. You're going to feel so guilty for breaking Rena's fingers? Yeah, you think so? Yeah, she had some really bloody fingers. Like, you saw that? Poor thing. Oh, weird. Why is there blood on my door? Did someone die here? Not realizing I slammed someone's hands on my door. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it would be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was focused. Not focused, it wasn't focused at all actually. It was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. So let's play some nice music. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maibara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Then a card just hits you. Boom. Well, so much for that. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. School, yeah. Oh, I'm swinging my bat. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's back! As if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Yay, Kala's back! Let's go! Oh, my little pumpkin! Aki, I see what you're looking at. I see what you're thinking, Aki. Don't do it. Don't do it. My pumpkin's back now. Don't do it. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Kei-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion. Oh. If you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear. Yeah, idiot. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's gone. Gosh dang it. That was very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school, in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, right? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I look weak. I'm too fat. At this rate, I might not be able to move. I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. Oh no, who took your pumpkin? Yeah, Aki. Who took my pumpkin? Where's my pumpkin, Aki? Don't make me get Oyashiro out here. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later. Now is fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others, that's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But like Oishi-san, it didn't seem like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. It's a mystery. It could be anyone who took my pumpkin. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of the mire. This old man is just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? You have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? I just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody? Mion was at a loss for words. You're bothering me, okay? It's bothering me right now. But she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it. Because, Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Huh? Yeah, he transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. Kei-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo. Satsuka's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Rena asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings, right before he went missing. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Uh-oh. We never actually talked to her about this sort of thing. Eden, did you hear that Hurricane Melissa made landfall? I heard of a hurricane that was going to be hitting, like, what, the Bahamas or something? What was it, Jamaica? Where was it? It was going to hit somewhere. It was like a Cat 5. That's an insanely powerful hurricane that just kind of literally appeared out of nowhere. It was like this tiny little tropical storm that's like kind of just said, you know what, I'm going to sit right here until I'm big enough. And it did. It was crazy. Monland. That's not a real place. You made that up. Mion panicked and looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rena especially. Dangerously so. Anyway, I don't think I've seen her this upset before. Where do they say Mon? Oh, Monland. Yeah, Mon. You're scaring you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who did I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to, You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. When someone was dismembered and murdered? You lied to me! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends. Kei-chan, Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You? Or Rena? Me. She admitted it so easily. We didn't mean to hide it. No, I mean, yay! Yeah! Dang. It's a sun kiss, please. They found your pumpkin. Yo, is that my pumpkin? Look at my pumpkin! Aw, thanks, Dave! We got the pumpkin back. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. Could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a weary smile. Smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. Oh. Don't want to leave her in the dark. Poor pumpkin. Yeah, look at the poor pumpkin. Look at her. You want to leave? You don't want to leave this in the dark, do you? It's just a prank, bro. The prank, sticking a needle in someone's food. You just got pranked. Oh man. I say as I think about a pizza, not even looking at it. My pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also know you've spent a lot of time with the cops ever since that anti-dam movement. I put a needle in your pizza, Ethan. It's just a prank, bro! Yeah, I know. Good prank, man. Don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. This was when I heard the principal. What did we say just now? I think you guys are suspects in the previous incident too. I also know that you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since that anti-dam movement. I see. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. Hey, Oishi said don't tell them. I straight up just told them. It was time for the morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Kei-chan. Me? I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. And no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. Deserved. Yeah, it's true. I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. Yeah, man. Why are you being so mean? All she did was stick a needle in your food. Freaking, what a nerd. Getting so upset by something like that? Next, you're gonna be upset when I take a loaded gun and point it at your head, saying, let's see if my bullet actually pierces your skull. Just a prank, bro. Come on. What the heck is wrong with you? I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. It was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. Great, she's losing it. Wow, bro. All I did was put hemlock in your drink. Dramatic much? Exactly. The heck is wrong with these people? Bro, I get sad when no one watches my streams. Don't be sad. You made something great. It's all about the creation. If no one is there to witness it, just keep creating. They'll eventually come. These girls are going to take you out. To dinner? Where do you think they're going to take me? I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. Hi! So it was. Uh-oh. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. Nice. She balled up her fists and tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot on the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. I should have killed him back then. My pumpkin. I need my pumpkin. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year. Was she talking about Oishi-san? Dang it, I've got to kill that old man. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. Rise! Attention! Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked at me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everyone had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred and had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today felt oddly refreshing. Interesting. I took a bigger bite than I should have. Fudge, my bad. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense, yet so dull. since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities. I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk in my bag, wrapped my hands around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. No one stopped me, huh? I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of that same thing repeating tomorrow. Well, Oishi's gonna die. Yep. That might have been why they were so, like... I don't know why I'm, like... I think you're supposed to assume they're demons. But... I keep trying to defend them myself, being like, no. They were only just paranoid just as much as I was, and this is my point of view of how paranoid I think they are. I think we're all paranoid. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was nothing more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tometake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply hadn't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I'll wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi, fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Bleep. There was still so much of summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. That's weird. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once. Every last one of them, they all just stop? That's haunting in my mind. If you're walking and all of nature just stops making a noise, yeah, I'd be terrified. As if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who'd brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that had sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. Who is it? I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass me by? Or pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena? Just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I couldn't just yell at her and make her go away like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, It would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. Doesn't she live that way too? So, like, why wouldn't it be Rena? I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Yep, it's Rena. Look how cute she is, though. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew. But that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
I agree. My weakness is pathetic. Hold on, I gotta take a drink. Let's go. Anyways, those are dark and lifeless looking eyes, am I right? Her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was a hatchet. That's a massive hatchet. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, pitching my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet? There was no excuse for that. Hatchet, just like that. I don't think he remembers. You see, there's another part of his hysteria here. She carried around a hatchet at the beginning of the game too. Like, she was like, hey, I really want to get this thing. He's like, well, if I had a tool to help me. She's like, oh, hey, I have a hatchet. So she got a hatchet, and he even commented saying that she's probably the only one who could actually walk around town with the hatchet and no one would question her. But guess what? Guess who's questioning her? Me. Her hands can't be too hurt to hold a hatchet. I didn't even take a look at her hands. Were they still bloody? Or did we even see them? Keiichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? I wonder? My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold onto was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good. Not good. Not good. I was able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Are you trying to scare me, I wonder? I wonder? I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Hi! I found you, Keiichi-kun. Rena was pleased that she had found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her face told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of vicious hot and cold substance began spreading around. Is that pee? Are you peeing yourself? If I allowed it, that substance would slip into the bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all my organs in my body. Is that how that works? Is pee the thing that kills people? I might be misunderstanding what he's saying. It's probably not pee. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Ayo. Strike back! Don't lose! What is it? I blustered, hiding from behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. And what about that hatchet? And what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing. So I needed this to dig it out. How could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. Rena didn't stop walking. Thanks for filling in that laugh for me, Dave. I definitely need you to laugh more often like that when this sort of thing happens. Rena didn't stop walking even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! I can't do that. My house is this way after all. When I met with Rena on the road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. A girl scared him enough to make him pee his pants, yeah. But the day was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Reno and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I had never been down and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Oh! Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only thing I could do was increase my pace. Later! Let's talk, Keiichi-kun! Talk! Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all! I'm not worried about anything! Lies! Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away? Fixing her would be a massive mistake. Dude, I love it when she shouts lies. It's so cool. I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about, or what exactly she wanted to do. This time I'll listen. It'll be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Ren was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. It was so sad. Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It's hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Was I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more my composure the more I thought about it. Despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Dang it! What's transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. They're going to bump into Helper 23 out here. Does Helper 23 know where they live? Oh, shoot. They met him on the internet. Watch. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I believe it. Me too. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't afford to scoff at that stupid thought. If Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to friends. Wait, everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll take... Why is text actually off the screen? Oops. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll team up and beat Mii-chan. Yeah, how much fun would that be? Rena couldn't even imagine how much I wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days. You could be nice to me again too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could go right now. Let's go to the damn site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it too. Quit laughing, nerd. Wasn't really that funny. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's stops were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. Need a girl like this? Yeah, she'll never stop chasing you. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. Couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could happen. Oh gosh, my knees buckled underneath me, and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense it if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Is that her laughing? What if she decides to fix you? then you both fix each other and live happily ever after. Is there something wrong with me? Are you saying I need to be fixed? Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. She admonished me for trembling. Rena's hand definitely slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Nah, I can make her worse. Nice. Then, as both her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to her friend that she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transferred crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say in a way you do, so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will. Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Holy. Rena's gaze drew more galed. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? The very beginning. All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded, loudly and terribly. You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. She looks cute. Rena's adorable. Freaking love Rena. I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. My pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying? Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi-kun? I'm probably the only one who you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Rena's demented laugh clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. I hate it, Ethan. Oh, my pumpkin! I need my kala back. Last night, I had heard about that when I asked about Rena. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? Oishi began speaking. Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter. So all these details are just what I heard from those individuals. My pumpkin! My pumpkin's back! Oh, I got Kala! So all these details are just what I heard from those involved. Meaning it's not that credible. You said there were victims? Didn't Rena just break all the windows? No, Rena and Ryugu had attacked 3 boys, using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged. Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her? For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally, there would be a criminal investigation. She didn't taste good at all? Aww. It's okay, Kala. Someone will eat you one day. But why didn't they press charges? I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant. It's hard to say, but they were all afraid. Even after she had transferred schools. Oishi-san, could you summarize it starting from the beginning? There's a lot of that in this game, I think. I think this was meant to be played over the course of, like, several weeks, like maybe only like an hour or 2 or something, because a day or something like that. Because there's a lot of like, alright, so here's basically what's happening. And they just go from the beginning. Rena hit people while she broke the windows. Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different. On an undisclosed date, Rena Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. So it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together. So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down one after the other. What? I'll eat Kala when Halloween is over. Oh, dang, it'll be too late by then. Halloween's over. Dang, it's okay, Kala, it's okay. There were no witnesses. There was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Ooh. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her. What was this change Rena underwent? What matches up in the statements was the 3 was a sudden change. The point that there was a transformation. Transformation. I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena. That transformation they're talking about? Had it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. Yeah, Rena goes Negan mode on everyone. Yeah, she just kind of feels like it sometimes and just, takes a bat and starts hitting people. It's what close friends do. It's what normal people do. I don't know what to tell you. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does that happen often? Where people change suddenly like Rena did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then, you're saying there was a dormant element in Rena that caused that transformation? I cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in schools like she was now. No one hits their friends with the bat? Wait, they don't? Fudge! That's probably why I don't have any friends at the moment. Fudge! That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? No, I did that to Ethan last week. That's what I was saying. That's what friends do, right? Dang. Stupid. Okay. Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believed that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena. Even now. No, dude, that's really messed up to think that. Dang. Moneybags. Are we, like, bad people? Then, what happened after that? Listen, I'm doing it for Oyashiro-sama. Alright? Oyashiro-sama said, you guys are best friends? Take a bet. So, I don't know what to tell you. There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly. Nonsense, it's everyone else who's wrong. That's right. There's a reason why Oyashiro-sama talks to us.
Emotional damage!
Not emotional. Physical. There was a hospital right across the street from school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly. What about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, the police can't get involved unless they're called, even though one was badly injured with permanent damage. Why didn't they file charges? That's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them, or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to. We're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I? That the victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter. Or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at the school tell you anything? A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. I didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. Then, there was no comment from the school? No. They denied the incident ever happened. It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. Why is it not doing the speech when I redeem it? It's not popping up. I'm not even seeing the comment for your speech. The victims didn't speak. The school denied it happened. You don't know anything at all. Yeah. I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished the incident to be kept from the public. So if you and I both forget about it, my Bara-san, then this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended by the school, and during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Did you hear anything from that doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at least very tight-lipped. I'm back! Welcome back, Yodi! You see, we're still going at it. I am finishing this today. I could have made this in 2 more streams, but Spooky Month is almost over. We have to finish all the spooky things we started. I forgot to tell you, PlayStation, there's a new Dragon Ball game on PlayStation Store and it's free. What is it? Dang.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I have to. I have no choice, Yodi. I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legally binding authority, after all. Then how did you know that Rena confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked in that department. Look on your PS5 tonight after stream and look at free games. I'll do you one better. I'll just Google it. Genshin Squadra? Squadra? 4v4 player arena MOBA. Dragon Ball The Breakers. Interesting. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge. Then, what did she say? Turns out that nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the room. The nurse said that at the time, Rena Ryugu was very calm and very mild-mannered. It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up? Partway through. She screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in. Oyashiro-sama! Close. It was Oyashiro-sama! Rena suddenly shouted at that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I have no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener. Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama. And it's finally gotten to me. That's the town you lived in before you moved here. Isn't that right, Ryugu-san? I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryugu-san must have lots of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now, you must be missing them dearly, don't you think? I want to go back. Back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner. But now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come. Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows. It's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. And if you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that this god has arrived, is what you're saying. You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right? I do believe that is I do believe that is the kind of superstition in Hinamizawa. If you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, Maibara-san. I knew very well that those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters and leading advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally, people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit pondered a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuchi, right? Didn't I? I recalled hearing that. Yeah, a little bit. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of demons. The villagers at the foot of the mountain worshipped the demons. So Onigafuchi was hallowed ground when you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onigafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that. I know that, but for leaving to also be no good, that's also the demons, you see. They were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama so they would not enter into our world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onigafuchi and the rest of the world. I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess. Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly what passed on to me from my mother. I can understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So, because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means, because Rena moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Is that what it adds up to? In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards, they did move back to Hinamizawa after all. Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and having been cursed? That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watanagashi. I don't like saying at most, though. Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Rena beating her classmates with a metal bat, or why the victims wouldn't press charges. Yeah, that's true. Unless it was a conspiracy. How's your mom, Ethan? Pretty good. Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about, Yodi? What? I know nothing. You're coming in at like the butt end of like a 16-hour visual novel. Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used at the time of the horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. Dude, Doki Doki Literature Club is that long and I did it in one sitting? Yeah, well... And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I was really under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No. More importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine. Rena had undergone a change. We have to get out of work soon. Oh, you're about to be free. Duh. That's gonna be cool. You're gonna be so free. Satoshi's dead. We don't know that. He got demoned away. He could be locked in prison somewhere. Who knows? I can only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. Oyashiro-sama. And here, right now, it was standing before me. Yeah, with a giant, big old hatchet raised above her head. Hi, Rena. Rena, please tell me. What happened to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared. But Rena didn't disappear. So, what will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. Dang, was my laugh that bad? Oh. Dang. I have a Doki Doki anime shop where I live, and I still haven't gone in yet. Go support your local anime shop. Those things need to be treasured. Memories need to be made. I had an anime shop that I lived close to. Me and Moneybags would go to quite often. Moneybags went more than I did. But that place was awesome. I got so many figures there, and I got not takoyaki. I got taiyaki there. It was so cool. Just a heads up, I may stream the new Super Mario Bros. DS, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, or more Paper Mario Sticker Star. Hit. I was friend with the owners. Yeah, that's what I'll say. It's a cool place. I'd become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry. I'll save you. And we die. Rena took one step forward, still holding a hatchet high above her head. Now then. One step closer. Rena's face spread out in fill my vision.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Ah. One step closer. Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll listen. I'll save you. Okay? Speak. Okay? Speak. Okay? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. Oh my gosh, that's so much laugh. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast that I couldn't believe it, and I pushed Rena away with both hands. BRB, I'm free! You're free, Yodi! Yay! Where is my reflection of you being scared? My reaction of you being scared? Oh, gosh, that was so crazy! Dang! Ah! Golly, that was so loud. I don't know, I think I've grown immune to these jump scares. Now it's just really loud in my ear, but like I think I've gotten used to it. Yeah, Yodi free, but not Kala. My pumpkin. Don't touch my pumpkin. Don't touch my pumpkin. No, leave her alone. No, leave my pumpkin alone. No, my pumpkin! I sprang to my feet so fast I couldn't believe it. That's better. Yeah, you're welcome. Duh. I thought someone made me disappear for a second. Whoa. My pumpkin's back. Ah. Rena was as light as a feather, thrown about by the unbalanced weight. By the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Wow. No. Oh, it's whoa.
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine.
Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto the bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I couldn't hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind. It rang through the trees and in my head, and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. My pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? The grove of trees thinned out, and my field of vision suddenly expanded. Where was this? For a moment, I was bewildered by the scenery I knew but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the damn site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up my pumpkin. There's my pumpkin. And ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling. Like I was following someone else's scripted plot. It's like I was in a visual novel and had no control over anything that was happening. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then I might not be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. Really? Huh. Let Eden have his pumpkin. He needs her to be happy. It's true, I do. I just pressed quick save. My bad. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. Fudge! But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running away after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Whoops! Never. Oh, but my pumpkin. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story of Oishi-san told me about the demons, all leaving the village to hunt prey, floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me, without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distant sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less time than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then... Don't think about it, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. In the moment I decided, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm using that inertia? What? I stopped and suddenly spun. What? The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms ready to grab me instead grasped an empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure it out, spun around the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be hit in your face. It's fine if it's just a bluff. By barking at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I just have to settle it with the first move. I step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. They blocked it with their arm. Their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance, in this position, and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. Yikes. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upward, flooding my mouth with the bitter sensation. It's like, I feel fine! I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like I was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, or that I was about to go unconscious. It's like anime fight, except more realistic. It's like, ha! I can take on both of you! And the two grown men start beating the crap out of the kids. Like, well, that didn't go as I expected. My vision simply darkened, and a silent, whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I can feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off of me, I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. Am I dead? Game over. Oops. It's not game over. Where am I? What am I looking at? My thought exactly. A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body. Feeling alright? I think you better lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Well, that's bad. Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. Oh. I'm dead. And there's an angel before me. More like a demon, but you know what I mean. But Rena, smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why? Rip Weeb coins. Yeah, it's 600 Weeb coins. Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. She needs to go. What? So you had a schizophrenic episode. Something like that. That's kind of what it seems like. My guy is paranoid beyond belief. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you better just lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. But knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two right now. Rena's right over me. She could kill me at any moment. PTSD is really bad in this game. Oops. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but she even dragged me all the way up the second floor. Did she have someone help? Don't you remember, Keiichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. Only propped you on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena? The ones with me. Or rather, those two guys. There wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at that time. Did I imagine it? Because, bruh, Tomitake, the photographer, he had a log and he was trying to fight people off, and he didn't get hurt by them, but he was shown that he was trying to fight someone off, and then ultimately he clawed out his own throat. You reckon those people weren't real and they were all in my head? She crazy, bro. Get out of there. No, she's crazy, bro. Stay right there. That's because it wasn't you. Split personality. It all makes sense now. That's probably what it is. She probably does have split personality. It was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assured she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Did he say make contact? I need to make contact. Okay. I was like, did I read that wrong? I need to contact Oishi-san. I don't need Rena. I got Aki to keep me entertained on the stream while teasing you, Ethan. But I want Rena. Look at Rena. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything. That's right, nerd. I don't need Rena. I've got my meds. Yeah, well, I don't need my meds. I've got Rena. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. 3 billion IQ, exactly. It must have been the doctor Rena called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call. But it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption, and regretted it almost instantly. Mion! Rena's a goober, that's true. Mion! Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapse, so I came to check up on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need a reason other than that? I understood why she would call a doctor. But why Mion, too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena, doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? Sheesh, you made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both begun laughing. I appeared to be cheerful. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Whoa, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I smashed into pieces had been like that since yesterday. I fell, you see. And the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it. This is what happens when you swing around something you're not supposed to be handling. Or used to handling. I said the right thing, I just didn't say the words that were there. Now, Mion's a girl I would take. You like Mion? She's kind of wacky. She made an insane face earlier, too. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now, come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come back in bed. Mion is a woman. She is female, even. You sure? Crazy sure? Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to stop you from calling Oishi. Now that you say it, no, actually. See? You gotta be crazy sure about this sort of thing before you make such accusations like that. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During the innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rena, did you call the director? Yep. Right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Director? Director? Me and my bro are like, I thought you said doctor. Is this a movie set? Gosh dang it. Oh, I see enough hentai. Wait. That out of the place word gave me a bad feeling. They are making it. No. That out of place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called the doctor. Then called Mion. And after that, she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who's this director? Didn't you know, Kei-chan? We mean the director when we say... That threw me off. We mean the director when we say director. Oh. Obviously. How come I didn't freaking think about that. Now there's a doctor involved? Yeah, it's gonna be a wacky hentai. Like the director of a movie. Wait. What's happening? What's happening? Hold on. Or like a foreman on a construction site. Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. I dug through all my memories for a director who might have business with me. I think you downloaded the wrong Higurashi, then. Oh, shoot. Well, I made it this far. May as well keep going till the end. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the damn construction site. The foreman. But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. Am I also dead? There was no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does that director have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. Oops. It's like the Metallica Scary Spaghetti I wrote. Oh, this is just like that Scary Spaghetti. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about. Kei-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the director will be happy to hear that. So who is this director? The director is the director. Who is this director? Their mouse. Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. I almost want to hear what their laugh sounds like. Like, what does their laugh sound like? Let me hear this. Let me see. Where's the voice volume? What does it sound like, guys? That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
Soda.
Soda. Yeah, right as I said, I wanted to hear the laughter. Oh yeah, we should finish up before the director comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. Is she about to have the crazy eyes? Remember what? Keiichi-kun, have you forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty! Before the director, what? They got anime mouths. You know, I wonder why that is. About the penalty! Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi. The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made. You forgot about the homework, didn't you? I certainly did have that homework. I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. So I wasn't about to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? Fudge. I should have turned on their laughter. Well, they're about to kill me. No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mion and Rena were talking about? What were these two laughing at now? I didn't see what that said. What were these two laughing at? That's what it was, not laughing at now. Like, oh, quit laughing, now what are you laughing at? No. It didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic... My panic began to swell up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength. It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they? Kei-chan, no struggling! Club rule number... it doesn't matter which one. You can't fight against the penalty. Mion. No, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. Need to finish this up before the director comes. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I couldn't tell what it was just by looking, but for sure that thing in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe, the kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear the clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring in my ears. That eerie laughter. It was something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena was their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry, don't worry. It won't hurt. It won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse me. You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. What? The same as Tomitake-san. I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. Rena whispered in my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean, the same as Tomitake-san? Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run. Except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those? Gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. What the fudge is that? The two of them laughed together with that snickering laugh. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up in the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in the last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. Kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him. Just give up. All right, then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas. Pretty sure that's a spell from Kingdom Hearts. And that made it even more terrifying. There was none of that ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she was brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did something hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Oh, we almost there, boys. I'm pretty sure I know how this goes. You ready for it? I squatted down for a bit when I came back to my senses. My entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly, I could tell blood was flowing from my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It almost felt as if hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be all of it was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion. They wouldn't ever do something so terrible. Yep, you're a psycho, all right. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Just watch. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender, Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls that splattered had undoubtedly come from Mion. You're still here? Great. Here comes the twist. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. The same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down? With this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight on my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt about that. This was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. What? Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Keiichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead or a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back in and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head. Relaxed. Color came back to my vision, and smells re-infused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tometake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Bleep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just turned off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in unnatural poses, not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. Deserved. Yeah, agreed. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Hey Yodi, how's it going? Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them
Emotional damage.
Oops. The two of them collapsed here, and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe, filled with some unknown drug, would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. No, Mion! Mion was about to induce me with a suicidal hallucinogenic. I think killing her with a bat was worth. You ever gonna play the sequels? I probably will, but I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, probably not as extensive as what I'm doing right now. You know, how I'm like going on for almost 10 hours. You know, we'll take our time with it if we do. Obviously not anytime soon, but I know the sequels get absolutely unhinged. They do. Oh, yeah. No, like, Higurashi... When Higurashi was like my first real horror anime, and it scarred me as a kid. I say kid. I was like a young teenager, but it scarred me. I was just like, should I be watching this? I don't know if I should. And like my friend was like, no, keep watching. It gets good, and it does. It actually gets real good. This wasn't unhinged? Nope. Oh no. You have no idea. This is unhinged, but it gets even crazier in the sequels. Yeah, it does. It gets pretty messed up in the sequels. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this case to a close. A comic that kills scarred me for life and still does, and I still watch it. Weird, right? That's what I said about Higurashi. It's actually one of my favorites. I freaking love Higurashi. That's why I really wanted to play the visual novel. Despite how slow and how boring the first 8 hours of the visual novel were, I freaking love this. I freaking love Higurashi. Did you ever watch the Kai anime, Ethan? I didn't. I just watched the original series. Oh, you talking about like the newer one? Like the remake of it? I've never seen it. I tried watching it. I watched the first like 5 minutes of that, and then I stopped watching and being like, I'm just gonna go watch the original. I kind of want to watch it though, because I'm curious. I hear mid things about it. Like it looks good, but I hear they screwed it up somewhere, and I need to kind of watch it to see what they're talking about. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die. Of wanting to know the truth that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. No, the anime adaptation of the sequels. It aired a year after the original. Oh. Let me take a look at it real quick. Higurashi Kai. Let me take a look at this. What's this? Let me see. This wasn't the sequel? Or the continuation, rather? Where's the anime? Where's the anime? Adaptations, drama CD, manga, novels. Why'd they put the anime all the way like to the back? Series overview. When They Cry. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm almost I almost guarantee you I did. There was one that I stopped like I stopped watching it when it got really weird. Like to the point where it was no longer a horror, it was just real stupid. Apparently every continuation has gotten an anime or an OVA. Really? I know there was a point where it just got real stupid. Like it was like you watch it and you can't help but feel bad because like it's not bad in like, oh, this is scary. No, it's bad like, what am I doing? I could be doing anything right now. And I'm watching this. What am I doing? I wish we got Dragon Ball Daima Season 2. I don't. I think making a new Dragon Ball series was already something they shouldn't have done. And if it was just the last thing that Akira Toriyama wanted to work on, I'm glad it was at least finished, and I don't think it should be expanded on. I think you should just leave it as is. It was all a matter of time now. I guess there's a component of definitely of visual novels that make stories like that work. Yeah. They even tried doing something like that with Clannad. You know? Clannad follows the anime follows the entire story of freaking what's-her-face. And, you know, kind of goes in the ideal way that the visual novel should go. But they made it like a little spin-off episode of like what would happen if the main character actually went with somebody else. It was very interesting. But Daima was so good. I know, I trust. But here's the thing. This is a philosophy I go off of. All good things must come to an end. If it's a good thing and you continue to make it go on, it will eventually get bad. Let good things end. I couldn't sit through Clannad. I like Clannad, but I get that. I get it. Right. It's one of those shows that's just like, this is kind of hard to get through. But when the sad moments come around, oh, bruh. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I need to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. Chainsaw Man doesn't deserve a movie? Now Toradora deserves a movie? Nah. Like I said, my philosophy of let good things come to an end, Toradora has an ending. Let it end. I would be really upset if they tried making a Toradora season 2. Like, no. Let it end. You let me your DVDs, and I think I watched like 2 episodes and went, I don't get it, and gave it back. Yeah, I know, I remember that. It was just a very sweet thing. It was something that I shared with my sister. Gotta say, Chainsaw movie. Thanks for reminding. Oh, you're welcome. It wasn't me who did it, but yeah, you're right. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I have done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiji Maibara. That's like one of the most infamous quotes in this freaking visual novel, I swear. There are 2 seasons of Toradora. You know what I mean, though. A completion of Toradora. They finished Toradora and everything. They followed the light novel. It got its ending. I'd be really upset if they tried making more of it. Stay calm, Keiichi Maibara. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. I can explain. I come downstairs with a bloody bat. I don't remember a single thing that happened in Toradora. I could tell you the entire plot right now. I watch that thing every single year. In fact, I gotta go contact Ava and be like, Ava, next week, Toradora. I want the new Demon Slayer movie, Infinity Castle, be dubbed. Is it not dubbed? They don't have a dubbed version? I thought it released in America. Was it not dubbed? I'd rather not. Toradora is one of the greatest anime ever made. You can't change my mind. Straight to jail. Yeah, it's like, guys, guys, don't worry, it was self-defense. Meanwhile, I'm like in a psychiatric ward. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. Not yet? That's crazy. I thought it was. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell to get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van! Oops! You mean the people who tried killing me? Yep. Oh, he stabbed a bandmate 23 and then claimed self-defense? Wow. What happened to him? I assume he got arrested, or what happened? No mistaking it. That van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then, use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all of that, do you really need shoes? I would run barefoot at this point. Like, if I was being hunted down, I'd just go barefoot. Go. There was one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. Uh-oh. He stabbed the bandmate at the apartment where the bandmate lived, too. He went to prison, got out, wrote a World War II bad guy manifesto, and then made a tabletop RPG. All 100% real things he did, by the way. He now does TikTok also. Dang, bro really is the villain. He does TikTok? Dang it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was a little torn. What am I doing? That's why there's one more thing. I had to get out of here quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Oh. Talking about the clock, the little note I made. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with the ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was an unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hina Misawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. It's because his YouTube channel got banned because he said nasty things about the small hat men with large noses. That's messed up. Yep. They're monitoring your account, so be careful. It's true. It's true. The very first victim of the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? Educational purposes. There you go. Gotta add that in there. Gotta make sure you add the educational purposes. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment from the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So, then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. No. His death should be established after an autopsy. That's crazy talk. Man, he's starting to go crazy again. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I need to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, that drug. It was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Firmly. They're here. The bell rang. They were here. Moneybags and Ethan, what is your favorite donut? Yours is chocolate? Mine is also chocolate, but like with sprinkles on it. I like that one. It's perfect. It's the ideal donut. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. Chocolate with the Boston cream in the middle. That rules. Heck yeah. That is a pretty good one. I do like that one. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse, or being demoned away, You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I'll leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion. I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go, or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days. There was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try and kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then, did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake. Only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit. That I had beaten my friends to death. Apparently the guy who wrote this did Silent Hill F story. Huge. Checks out, Silent Hill F looks really good. No matter how I spun it, I wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. I don't like Silent Hill. It's boring. You're boring. Silent Hill's dope. The identity of Joe Mama. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I'll do that willingly. In fact, I'll do it right now. I'll eat mud and drink grass. Wait, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. The identity of Joe Mama clipped. Oh. Is it me? Am I the Joe in the Mama? I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. This is the words of a serial killer. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again, as if to urge me on. Behind this single, solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen. Headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? Ew, Ethan, I just ate. Don't make me vomit before my dessert. What did I say? What did I say? I don't even know what I said. I opened the door slowly, so as to not make a sound. There he is! The back door! A piercing voice echoed. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi! One after the other, I felt like rationale and intelligence, those things you use to have time to spare, spill out of me. You would eat grass and drink mud? No, I said I would I would eat mud and drink grass. It's different. Don't be ridiculous. Don't put words in my mouth. One after the other. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
Dessert I made was a melty marshmallow chocolate chip cake. Wow. I have pizza crust, but it has cheese in it. It's bread with cheese. That's all I want. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. And then we made it out alive. Happy ending. Kawa 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 kawa. You still eating pizza? Yeah. The same pizza that I got from like 7 hours ago? Yeah. New clip in the Discord. I'll check it out after the stream. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something. Then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Kawak, 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 kawak. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So, I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. He's getting freaky with the ground. The what is like plap. Huh. Plap, 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 plap. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. That sounds fun to say. Quack, 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 quack. Run from the truth of your crimes. That's the name of mine. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise. Sorry. We're so sorry. But it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. Hey, my pumpkin! What happened to my pumpkin? We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality. So I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. This is not Keiichi. Who the fudge are you? Kumagai? Kumagai? Yo, Kumagai, what up? He's a Coomer guy. That's right. My pumpkin! My pumpkin has returned. Why would you discard the 5 manzu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the Mahjong magazine called Next Turn. You're still in Tenbai if you cut the 5 manzu. If you're going... Coomer guy, that's his name. That's his name. Kumagai. Coomer guy. if you're betting on Hate, then shouldn't you be going into it with a mangan? This guy's literally speaking nonsense. Kuma-chan, look at the bond. I'll discard the 5 manzu. It's a safe tile. You'd hate it if at the end of a game someone was sitting on a tenpai on the last turn, wouldn't you? The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took another one out. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? Because it's funny. What? He not done with the game? Almost. I feel like we're so close. Like the biggest point just happened, which means it's only a matter of time. By the way, you can't call Ron with your winning tile if in that Haite, I keep wanting to say hentai. Every time I see that word, it's freaking hentai. So I'm going to say that from now on if they say it again. What? Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Well, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. But my hentai. Mahjong is that Chinese tile game that used to be preload on computers. Ah, I see. So no one cares. Why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line. From a payphone. Oh, well, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san! Hello? If it isn't Maibara-san. Why, good evening. In the tone of Maibara-kun's voice. Oh, this is Oishi talking. I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maribara-kun phoned me. This is wild. We're not in Geiji's shoes anymore. He was calling from a payphone. My pumpkin! Someone returned my pumpkin! It doesn't have Ron's number on it. That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, I need Ron's number. Please come down. Did something happen? Oh, well, His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened? Calm down, Maibara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too. I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. I did, Ethan. Thank you, Brody. My pumpkin's back. He wasn't surrounded by people, even as he was making this call, was he? Maibara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where is that payphone? There were no other sounds besides Maribara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrusted it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, Maibara-san. What is your current situation? His voice was a horse? It was. He had a horse for a voice. It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maibara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maibara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maibara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more important than that. Whatever that was. If I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car's on the way. 5 minutes. It's too long. How many officers are in there? 2. Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Maibara-kun. 5 minutes was too long. Did you call the officer station at Hinamizawa? He's scheduled on a patrol. They're currently out, and it'll be impossible to contact them. Dang it. Kuma-chan, bring the car around. Understood. I give up taking Kala. Yay, Kala, you're safe. Look at you. You're safe, Kala. Hello? Oishi-san. Hello. It's all right. I can hear you loud and clear. There was something wrong with Maibara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? Maibara-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Maibara-san! I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head. Maibara-san! Who is the culprit? How many are there? I thought at first the culprit was human. I couldn't tell if it was cough or vomiting. Are you alright, Maibara-san? I thought that the culprit was a person and not Oyashiro-sama's curse. Up until right now. But I guess in the end, it was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Oyashiro-sama does exist. No, he's here! Maibara-san, please, just calm down! I had been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run, but it just sticks to me like my shadow. But slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back. Maibara-san, are they right now? Perhaps right behind you? Behind me? Right behind me. Please, Maibara-san, I can tell you're scared. But please, who is it that's right behind you? You can't just look behind me. If I do, I'll understand that you're scared, but please tell me. You need to just turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Maibara-san? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound. Maibara-san! It couldn't be that you're clawing out your own throat! There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if something was being hit. Maibara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end and a repeating, abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? Maibara-san! Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the sound, the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there? Hello? Maibara-san? Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up on what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, the car is good to go. Oishi-san? It was. I'm sorry. Oishi-san. That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Queak, 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 queak. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Queak, 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 queak. The real culprit was guilt. Exactly. The moral of the story is you need to apologize more often. Don't wait until you're dead to apologize. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. June 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiji Maibara, age 1X. 1 times what, though? The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with significant quantity of splattered blood. My pumpkin! Why would you take my pumpkin away? The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of struggle with the victims. My pumpkin! My pumpkin has returned! In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. My pumpkin! In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents was spread out on the floor. This really does look like an insane person's place, really. As they're explaining it, like, that's not good. My pumpkin! And handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had, for some reason, taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. He took out the garbage and started punching it. I don't know why. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. Insane how deep the rabbit hole goes beyond this ending, too. Oh yeah, no. It gets crazy. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garbage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage, not garbage. Garage door was functional. It had been left open ever since the garage door was found closed. It had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. It was never closed until we closed it? Weird. Why did we close it? The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, patrolling officer Higurashi local PD found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was found unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. What is that? What is hypovolemic? Define hypovolemia. A medical condition that occurs when the body, when there's a decrease in the body's fluid volume. He died from vomiting too much? Explosive gas? Yeah, probably. Shock from blood loss. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. It was determined that the suspect had clawed out his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With the similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these... Golly, the way this all folds out is so crazy. It's like, dang, it's so easy to bury this up. Ah. Yeah, I'm sure that's nothing. I'm going to bed. Night. Good night, Devya. I'm actually surprised you were here. He stuck around for so long. Due to the circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college-ruled notebook that had each been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it. It was stuck behind the clock on the wall. The contents are, well, as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. I've been here since you started. I just didn't say anything till now. Yeah, Tevye had said something way early on, and I was just like, "Oh, I thought he was leaving." I didn't stick that long, but it was interesting to see you play this visual novel. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate all of you being here. Hope you're all enjoying it. No further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from in the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letter, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the line in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck here has risen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective to have the connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maribara, am in fear of my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I know is that this has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators and the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above has been ripped out. I have no idea why it's become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably dead, though you may not find my body. You who are reading this, please discover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maibara. They ripped out the section about the director. Interesting. He said that there was someone known as the director. The first comment was late streamer. Yeah, it was Ava. The reason why I was late was because I was in a chat with Ava. And Ava kept on like holding me back, and I was just like, I really gotta go get a Red Bull so I can start stream. And I was like, yeah, that's great. Hold on, let me tell you about this real quick. And I'm like, ah. And so I kept getting late, and I kept delaying the stream until like 2:15. I'm sure that's nothing. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing as well. The. Well, there you have it. Higurashi, when they cry. A new scenario has been unlocked. I ain't doing that. Please uncover the truth. Complete Onikakushi chapter. Well, that is Higurashi. The first part. I believe there's like 8 parts to this or so. Oh, so you have the sequels too? No, I don't. But we could get them. Oh, dang. Well, beautiful. It was beautiful. So in the end, Keiichi, Rena, and Mion died. The case was never solved, and nothing ever got explained. Very interesting that the director's bit got torn out. I actually don't remember why that's the case. So, I wonder if we ever find out. But we'll find out soon, hopefully. Maybe we'll keep playing it. It's a very long story. But I wouldn't mind going back and keep playing them. You're gonna feel so tired today. Nuh-uh. Alright. What a beautiful sound effect in the background. It's very nice. Let's go back over here. Alright. Well, that was Higurashi. I enjoyed it. I'm glad we finally got to play it. I've been wanting to play that ever since I started streaming. I've always wanted to play Higurashi on the channel. Ugh. And so, the fact that we were finally able to play it, I'm so freaking happy. I'm glad we got to do that. But yeah. What happened to your rain sound? What rain sound? Are you talking about earlier when I went on break and there was the rain background sound? That was just Higurashi. That was the Higurashi background sound. You know, it was raining in game, and so I was like, listen to the rain. I'll be back. So, yeah, it was game audio. Well, it was very slow. We can all be honest with that. The first half of Higurashi, slow. But the point was that it was trying to establish the relationships, right? If I just introduced these characters and bad stuff started happening, if my guy killed Rena and Mion and you guys didn't know the relationship, who cares? But the fact that they did establish it was cool. I do want to see what the next games are like. I might watch a little bit of them online to see what it's like and see if it's worth playing. Like, if there's actual choices in them, I think that'd definitely make it more fun. But if it's just more of the same like this, then we gotta think a little more about it if we're gonna go back to it. Yeah, man, I forgot just how much build-up there is. Yeah, it's kind of wild. The build-up of the anime's first 4 episodes. Which is fine, right? Because, like, it's not you sitting down for 8 hours waiting for it to build up. You're not sitting there for an hour and a half looking at, like, a guy playing hide and seek with some friends. It's like 10 minutes. So, take care, night-night, Stinkies. Good night, Aki. Thanks for being here. You take it easy, alright? I'm gonna go stream now. You can all join if you want. I'm streaming for an hour or 2. Alright, you take it easy, Gaming
Yoda
Mister.
underscore Nava says, Ethan Ethan. Fish cake, mooncake, 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 fish cake, toilet, fish cake, mooncake, 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 smile with horns, mooncake, smile with horns, mooncake, fish cake, mooncake, fish cake, mooncake, mooncake, fish cake, mooncake, fish cake, cherry blossom, cherry blossom, cherry blossom, cherry blossom, fish cake, mooncake, mooncake.
Nice. Very nice, even. But yeah. Golly, it's loud. But alrighty. I do think it's about time we wrap up as well. We've been going on for almost 10.5 hours. I'm ready to go to bed. And so, I've got a busy day ahead of me tomorrow. We are not streaming tomorrow. We will stream on Thursday, and then we'll have the rest of the week to ourselves. Alright, I do appreciate you guys. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, or good night even, because it's really late right now. Whoever's watching me should be ashamed. It's really, really late. Can't believe you guys would stay up this late. Who would do that? It's wild. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have no stream. Yeah, we're not doing a stream tomorrow, and no stream for the rest of the week besides Thursday, where we'll be finishing Outlast, and that'll be it. Have a good day tomorrow. You guys have a good night. Alright, good night. And I'll see you all again later. Bye-bye. Thank you.